And now you're gone for a second. I don't know why that happens.
Bye.
You're just gone. But now you're back.
Oh.
I wasn't even touching Discord when that happened. Weird.
Alright, well... We'll make the best of it, I suppose.
Yeah, no, like... It is in shambles behind the scenes, but so long as it looks okay on the... I'm actually just gonna keep it open on my phone. Yeah, that looks fine. No, we're there. Cool, so how are you?
I'm good. I was having the same issue, just eyeliner. Hey, why won't this work?
Yeah.
I've done it before. I've been doing it. Fucking, it's like, controlling my whole fucking face.
Control C, Control V, somebody else's face.
I wish.
Alright. You got sick? Wait. What kind of sick? Because I just saw you yesterday. Am I gonna have to take a COVID test? Got a sore throat? Okay.
Okay, go on anyway.
Yeah, no, we still have a couple, like, in our bathroom, so.
Are they free there?
No.
They're free here. You can go to, like, any fucking pharmacy and just get, like, the fucking... Do I have the box here? I had a box in here. Oh, yes, I do, actually. These? You can, like...
Yeah.
Oh, the fucking chroma key.
It's all good.
It's a green box. But yeah.
Coughing hard to swallow and breathe. Oh. Well, shit. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, no, we feel fine over here. We have gotten it from talking too much. Yeah, give yourself like a day to rest and figure it out, I guess.
Lemon ginger or honey ginger tea is really good.
Ooh, yeah, honey.
A bit of honey, especially if you have like chamomile tea, that's really good. So if you put a little bit of honey in chamomile tea, with or without milk. Milk doesn't really. Milk is not good if you have mucus, but the amount you put in a tea doesn't matter.
Yeah,
honey chamomile.
I appreciate you looking out. I super appreciate it. So it has been a busy enough month to where I've made like a little note card of all the talking points. And then we also have, for the end of stream, up on my second monitor here, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different live streams with like announcements and stuff to go over, or 9 different notes of like, here are things that were announced. Marshmallow root helps? Interesting.
Yeah, that too. I think marshmallows, like today's marshmallows, aren't actually made with the marshmallow thing anymore. I actually watched like a little thing on it. I know what you're talking about. I don't have all the info though, but I know what you're talking about.
Alright, was there anything in particular you wanted to start with, Mew?
Banana!
You want to talk about the banana?
Yeah! So, as of June 13, 2024, a game called Banana is the 4th most played game on Steam, and all you do is click a banana.
This was interesting. This is weird because the game is free, but there's a way that the developers are still making money off of it because it puts like PNGs of bananas into your Steam library. Like there's like a picture library on Steam that you can like trade. Like when you get Steam achievements, you'll get like little like
the cards?
Yeah, like little achievement
trading cards.
Yeah. So it's like every certain number of clicks you'll get a normal, like a common picture of banana, and then like there's a larger threshold of like you'll get a rare one. So people are trading these banana JPEGs on the Steam marketplace, and the developers get a little cut from that.
Oh my god.
So
stonks.
Yeah, stonks. There isn't a whole lot here. It's just
excuse me.
I know someone who made $50 off of the Funny Banana game. Yeah, and the developers got like a little cut from that. Or like Steam gave them a cut based on that. It's so weird to me that, I mean, it speaks to, I think this speaks to FOMO of people like, oh, there's a new, and it's only become something because people have Seinfeld it. They have made something out of nothing.
And before banana cards on the Steam Marketplace are the new NFTs.
Yeah, and like it's gonna become this thing like everybody's
They're making
hopping
more
on
money
it.
than some NFTs.
Yeah, people are just hopping on it because it's like a new thing, but it's gonna the market is just gonna. Fuck, Seinfeld was so goddamn boring. I personally could not get into it. However, I guess I see the appeal. It
has its moments.
It's relatable in the sense of making something out of nothing. I tried watching this. Where's the plot?
That's the point of the show, by the way.
Yeah, that's
the point of the show is where's the plot.
Yeah, it's just scenes of people making something out of nothing.
Here's a controversial take that I have mentioned before, but I'll mention it now. Konosuba Rashi Sakai ni Shukufuku wo. You know, the one with Aqua and Kazuma and Megumin explosion, all that. What? People have likened that to the anime Seinfeld, because it's kind of in the same vein of nothing ever happens, nothing gets done, they make no fucking progress, and it's all just antics and stupidity along the way. Except better. Konosuba
uno momento.
Have you not seen Konosuba? When it came out, it was like fucking... I think it's one of the anime that's outside of like Sword Art, which is shit. Sword Art is shit and will always be shit. Fight me.
Okay, I've seen. Okay, no, I have seen this anime before. I just had no idea what it was about. Maybe because like I saw it and just glazed over because I'm like, this looks like or feels like some kind of not isekai, but kind of in that vein of.
It is isekai.
It is an isekai. Okay, that's definitely why.
It's entirely an isekai. Premise of it is Kazuma dies in a really stupid way, goes and meets a goddess. The goddess ends up laughing in his face about how he died, and then was also saying you can choose any one thing to go with you into the new world, and so he's like, oh, I pick you. And then antics. But basically, moral of the story is, not really spoilers, is no progress really gets made at all. And it's been said it's like an anime Seinfeld in that regard. Except it's a lot more over the top, it's a lot more slapstick, and an IMO a lot more fun, because it's not just people sitting in a house talking about the fact that they did nothing. It's like they're getting chased by frogs, and then they make like no progress, because all of the money that they got for hunting those frogs gets spent at the bar. And other shit.
Alright. But yeah, that's really it for Banana. I can send you a link later for the anime. Just I can send you a link later for it. Let's talk about Zao. This was one of the first things that came around this month. This might have been like late May, and we
I don't have that one open.
Yeah, this might have been late May. I think it was maybe only like June 2nd, but
yeah, so I think it was May 31st the article was published.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So, Tales of Kinsera Zao, which was a game that did I play it this month? I think I played it. Hey, Arrow.
I think you played it going into this month.
Yeah, I think like this came out like as either like the week that I started playing it or like around the time I was playing it. So Tales of Kinsera Zao, for people who didn't see those streams or have just missed it, was a game that was shown off at the Game Awards last year, dropped earlier this year, and it's about this guy dealing with the grief of like losing his father. And it's told through the veneer of African mythology. And it was such a moving story with some really tight, fun fucking gameplay. Normally, I don't like Metroidvanias all that much, this one hooked me. This one was legitimately so fun to play. Well, the creator and director, Abubakar Salim, put up a statement. The game has been getting a lot of flack from, there's no other way to say it, just racist gamers.
Gamers derogatory. This is why I'm forever spelling gamers with a Y. We are now gamers, and if you're not, you're racist.
We are now gamers. I differentiate it. If I censor it, G like asterisk MER. That's the derogatory one. So yeah,
either you're a gamer or you're a gamer. There's no in between.
The way that he describes it is was a sea. You're looking at a sea of content, you know, for everybody out there. You know, just everything being made ever. You're looking at the sea of content, and anything that sticks out that isn't for you, that's what you zero in on. You say, I don't like this, or, you know, XYZ reason, I'm going to prop it up and be like, this is, you know, not good. Just because it's not...
It's such a good freaking line. He put it in such a good way.
Yeah, it's like, not everything needs to be for you. It's okay for people to make something that is not for you. This game, for all intents and purposes, could not have been for me. It could have just been something I couldn't connect with. But believe it or not, I am an empathic human being. I have a good relationship with my father. So the story that was being told, regardless of the mythos, I have, believe it or not, look at how pasty I am. I have no relationship to African culture. But the story being presented of just losing a loved one, I feel is so fucking universal. And if people just gave it the time of day, it is such a solid game with such a personal story to Salim. And he, in his own words, he's putting his money where his mouth is, and for this month, the game is going to be on sale. Nintendo was the first to jump on it. He reached out to a bunch of different storefronts. Thing that humans surprisingly have little of. It's so crazy. But Nintendo was the first one to reach out about it, or to get back to him and his team about putting the game on sale for the month. And basically, the way he described it was, it's the price of a pizza. For the price of a pizza, you can experience this game that we've dumped our, you know, heart and soul into, and we hope people give it a chance. So look for it on whatever your storefront of choice is. If that's Steam, if that's the Nintendo eShop, PlayStation Store, the Xbox Game Store, whatever your online store of choice is. According to him, he was working with all these different teams to get the game on sale. I think Epic as well, maybe. I don't know if it's on Epic. That's just a launcher I've never gotten, despite the fact that they have tons of free games every month. But yeah, no, like, this one kind of hurt because, like, it's such a great game, and I just don't understand people who dig their heels in about dumb shit. I don't know.
Like, we covered Yasuke the other day. People in Japan love Yasuke. People are just like, oh, what do we have a Japanese protagonist? And yet Japan is just like, yeah, Black Samurai dude, we love that guy.
There is but that's
like,
there is
so Japan supremacists are like off the money there.
It's so fucking wild to me because there is a Japanese protagonist. The premise of the game is literally, it is a game in Japan. If you want to play as a samurai, there's Yasuke. If you want to play as a ninja, there's this girl. There's a Japanese girl. I can't remember her name.
And
but...
people are just like, he's not a samurai, he's a retainer. It's just like, do you know what a retainer is? Did you know that retainers are also trained with the wave of the sword and are basically close personal samurai? Like, they're basically bodyguards that are with the, you know, the main family, whether it be Oda or his son, for example, at all times. In fact, Yasuke, when Oda's castle was stormed and Oda was killed, was the one who ran to warn people and tell his son and try to protect his son. And when his son died, Yasuke, unfortunately, it's not really written, but Yasuke disappeared. And it's like, this is the literal history, so you're denying actual Japanese history to be racist.
It's wild. So yeah, I guess just the point I wanted to make was please check out the game. As somebody personally who played it, and I later, like, the next day after I finished it on stream, the next day I platinumed it. I went back and I wanted to do everything. I wanted to see everything that the game had to offer. As somebody who has legitimately put as much time into the game as possible to do everything, it is worth it. It is worth the price of a pizza. Please check it out, and also check out Salim's statement about it. Just to run through Hi-Fi Rush over the weekend. Great game. Almost shed a tear. I am not done yet. I'm about halfway through the game. So please no spoilers on Hi-Fi Rush. But a game that I did finish was Zao. And I want more Tales of Kenzera games. Because it's labeled like it's going to be a series. Tales of Kenzera, and then like the name of the next protagonist, you know? Like...
I'd like more African mythology in general, because admittedly, like, I love mythology. I don't believe in mythology, but I love mythology.
Same, yeah.
Like, I don't believe in God, but, like, I don't know, spirits and fucking god wars and shit. Cool shit. Cool fucking shit. We don't have, like, almost any African representation in gaming, I'm willing to say. So... I'm really happy that we have some, and that we're getting more, and that even I can learn about it now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Through, like, one of my favorite mediums, gaming.
When I was a kid, I liked different, you know, mythologies for different reasons. Like, I played the God of War game, so I liked Greek mythos for that. I read the Percy Jackson books, but my favorite superhero is Moon Knight, who like gets his powers through an Egyptian god. So I got a lot of like Egyptian mythology, but that's like just one region of Africa. There's like, this delves more into is this
South African?
Yeah, South African.
Or just that, because Egypt's right at the top, so anything south from there is pretty much South Africa.
Yeah,
Southern Africa compared to there.
It took Smite so many years to put... Of course, I used to play Smite with Hugbug, a lot. We played a lot of Smite. But it took them years to add in something other than Egypt in terms of, like, pantheons. And they added Olorun, who is the, like...
Well, they had Arachne, right?
But Arachne is... What region?
Greek?
I don't remember. The only African mythology I ever hear of consistently is...
Was Arachne in Hades too? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but isn't that Greek?
Yeah. Oh, you mean like outside of like white
in
gods?
in Africa, like other African mythologies, because they started with like Egyptian, Greek, Roman, Norse, kind of like the tent pole ones that you hear in Western culture. Like, it took them a few years. I think.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, Ymir's white.
I think Chinese mythos was.
Cobb is also Egyptian, right? The bee guy.
No,
Buzz guy.
He's Amuz and Cobb, I believe, is South American.
No, yeah, you're right.
It's been so long, but.
I only remember the characters my ex used to play, which was like Ymir, Arachne, Amuz Cobb, and I don't know. I couldn't get past the third person, man. What do you mean I can't pan the camera? How am I supposed to stop myself from getting ganked?
And there's Risen, the third of the trifecta. Hugbug, Risen, and I used to play so much Smite. Oh.
What do you mean I can't pan the camera?
Those were... Yeah, no, it was different from other MOBAs for sure. But no, like, I want more mythologies in games. Like, I will play I just bought it for real. Chia, a game that came out last year from
What, that was on sale.
New Caledonia. Like, that is a country you never hear about in pop culture, but it is a company based in that country that made a game about their culture, and it's legitimately such a charming little game. It does have some adult themes of like violence and blood and stuff like that, but they added Yamoja from Yoruba, as well as both of the Yoruban gods. Made strange gameplay so they're not very popular. I mean, it's still cool that like we're finally seeing more representation from like that though.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of games from South Wait, New Caledonia is in South America, right?
It's an island nation. Hang on. Let me look
Is
up.
it off of South America or is it closer to Australia?
It is an island country. Let me go to maps real quick. It is off the coast of Australia, between Papua New
Okay.
Guinea and New Zealand.
Yeah, I actually thought it was like over there because I remember something about New Caledonia and something near New Caledonia. There's like an island where they still technically have like dinosaur plants because so little. There's been so little like interference from like other spores being carried across sea waves and stuff like that. That like a lot of the plants that they have there are still like very similar to the ones that they had in dinosaur era. And I believe that was Caledonia? Okay. Anyway, my point saying, Chris Tales is one that's from Colombia. I don't remember if it's a representation of Colombian thing. It's like a JRPG, but it's still like a really nice little story. And you don't hear too much about you don't really hear too much about like South American gaming studios. It was free on, it was free on Epic a long time ago, but it's a JRPG I recommend checking out if you want to support more like studios that are from places that aren't really like North America or the West.
What's it called again?
Chris Tales. I think I mentioned it. Chris Tales. Oh, hi Doge.
Hey Doge. Work stupid busy. I'm mostly be looking all good. Appreciate the.
We usually do this on Sundays, but I had old people issues.
Because you're
My
old.
back was killing me. Yeah.
All right.
I had to finally open my prescription of Percocets that I don't really want to touch unless it's an emergency, and that was kind of an emergency.
All right. I like this going back and forth on things. Okay, what's the next thing you want to talk about? You said banana. I said Zao. What's the next thing you want to talk about?
Yeah. So since you, oh fuck, that's right. I put it over here. So you mentioned the Epic Games Store, which made me think about this. It's a little niche thing, but there's an Epic DB. You know how like there's Steam DB, which is database.
Mm-hmm.
Is launched and appears to be leaking many unannounced projects under code names, which some of them are like FF16, FF9 remake, Turok from Saber, Last of Us Part 2 Utah, and a bunch of other shit. So apparently
the FF9
I don't know
remake,
how.
if that's real, it better keep some consistency with the original art style. I think FF9 is like one of the most beautiful, like the hand-painted backgrounds and stuff. But yeah, no, this was... I feel bad, and I never really want to read leaks like this, because, like, that's never... Hey, dude, what's going on? I never want to hear about... This happened last year with the Insomniac leak, where somebody leaked... can't say want to say hi? All good, thanks for popping in. Last year with the Insomniac leaks, it leaked, like, the next decade of their plans. Like, everything into... like 2032, like tons of stuff that they had planned, like Spider-Man 3, there was going to be a Venom game, Wolverine 2, an online Spider-Man game, the next like Ratchet and Clank game, like all these things they have planned. I don't want to hear about things that way. Like, as a fellow artist, somebody who creates, I only want people to see the final product. You know, like, behind the scenes stuff can be interesting, but not against their will. So
yeah, that kind of reminds me of like when I saw leaks. I didn't intentionally see them. I finally managed to come across them scrolling for Pokemon Legends Arceus, and the only thing that I picked up in my brain when I glanced at it while scrolling past was Long Sneasel, and I'm like, the fuck is Long Sneasel? Well, her name is Sneasler, and she's a fucking girl boss, and y'all can shut up. She's absolutely amazing. But yeah, I was like, the fuck is this stupid Long Sneasel? And she's like my bae. And I love her.
I never played Legends Arceus, and I don't know if I ever will. Just because Sinnoh is not a region I have huge nostalgia for, but I'm definitely gonna be playing Legends ZA. Like,
I feel like the only thing Sinnoh about it is really the theming. It's not like you're really walking through Sinnoh because it's
it's Hisui.
Like the maps and everything, like, you know, first of all, there isn't half the towns and stuff like that, and like the way the maps are and stuff like that, it's not like you're going through Sinnoh itself, right?
Yeah,
it's just
it's
Sinnoh Pokemon, Sinnoh themed trainers, yada yada.
yeah, no, I know it's different. Like I know what the game is. It's Hisui, not directly Sinnoh, but like, yeah, it just didn't catch me as much as Legends ZA is catching me, you know?
Do you want to build an Eiffel Tower?
Yes.
That's what that game is.
Dude, when it feels like every direct or every like Pokemon thing or like even like the state of play that we had, there's always going to be like one thing where I make an audible sound of excitement where I'm like, let's fucking go, you know? Like, finally,
Yeah.
Gen 6 representation.
I think that was the only thing about that direct. There was no Rangers, there was no dungeon, there was no...
Hey, dude, what's going on?
It was like the only spin-off,
They did...
I think. Because everything was like Masters, and I'm kind of sad they kind of abandoned Pokemon Quest. That was charming as fuck.
They did show off the TCG app. Like a trade. Like,
oh yeah.
I am excited for that because I like playing the TCG. I have like a deck, and it's like, oh, this is fun. If somebody wants to play, I can play. But like, I feel like because they give you like free packs every day or something, like a couple free packs a day is what they showed off. So like,
yeah,
Mario and Luigi being revived was exciting. Yeah. So we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
End of the stream.
We're talking about Pokemon right now.
Yeah, we're talking about the Pokemon Direct from like a few.
Dude, I got 2 shinies in a row on Pokemon Sleep. I got a shining Caterpie and then I got a shining Croconaw.
Okay, the Croconaw was cool. I thought you were gonna, cause shiny Caterpie is kind of whatever.
I have 2 shiny Krogonk, shiny Typhlosion, shiny Wobbuffet, shiny Walrein, and a shiny Swablu.
So weird thing, I was not allowed to play most TCGs as a kid. This, like, my parents were like so staunchly against Pokemon and Magic, and I heard some stories. Like, I get why my dad hates Magic the Gathering. He had a roommate that would like spend rent money on Magic cards, so my dad would have to cover rent, like, completely.
I would cover rent. I just talk to the landlord and be like, "Look, this isn't my fault. Just kick him out."
Yeah, no, it was a whole thing, but like, it's like I get it, but I was allowed Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know why, because I loved Yu-Gi-Oh, and my parents were like, "Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh was fine." I would point at like Pokemon card, be like, pack of Pokemon cards, and they'd be like, absolutely not, or like Magic.
If you think about it, TCG is just a gacha where you get to keep the PNGs.
Yeah. And that's literally the difference. Like, I physically hold the card, so I'm like, ooh, this is nice. I own. I have binders out in my living room of like, I was just looking through them last night. Like, I have binders of like my Yu-Gi-Oh cards sorted, binders of my Magic cards sorted. I need to sell some of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards because it's like archetypes I'm never gonna play into. But yeah, like, I don't know. I like TCGs.
The shelf of my old Pokemon cards is currently buried under stuffed animals, where I would go get my big blue binder.
Yeah, I've got...
which has like the cards I have are probably some of the cards I have are probably older than you.
Oh, probably.
I have like, it's not the first edition Charizard, but it's not the first edition Charizard, but it is like that Charizard, like that art.
Yeah, that.
I had the Blastoise, but I gave it to a boy because I was a stupid girl. I have the Venusaur. I also have some of the Shining cards, which admittedly, they're not older than you specifically, but they're older than a lot of people. Some people that I know, like, I have, like, Shining Celebi, Shining Noctowl, Shining Raichu, you know, like that series of cards. I have some of the Brock's Ninetales, and, like, Rocket's this or that, like, though, like, that old generation of cards. I kind of stopped around 3rd gen because, like, I was like, this is expensive. This is expensive.
Speaking of the Pokemon TCG, do we want to briefly touch on the Pokemon art contest?
Oh boy, yeah, that was a thing that happened.
I just saw the one thing you posted in our little mods channel of like,
yeah.
Oh boy. So,
here you go.
Pokemon was holding an art contest. Was this specifically to get your art put on a card?
This is the Pokemon TCG art card contest, yes.
And one person made it through to the semis or the quarterfinals of this art contest with 4 different AI
it's more than that. It's actually 6.
6?
2 Pikachu.
2 Pikachu and 4 Eevees?
Yes.
Oh my god. And you can
And they're all under actually I think like for the finalists it was like only 3 Eevee and 2 Pikachu. No, it was 4 Eevee and 2 Pikachu, yeah. I ended up watching, I don't remember the girl's name, but like a YouTube on it where like she went in depth and was like critiquing, and it's just like it's fine for beginners to make these mistakes, but the way this person is presenting themselves with these fish eye perspectives is that like if you're able to pull off this fish eye perspective, which is such a high level thing, to have 16 different beginner mistakes in your art at the same time does not make sense. It's perfectly fine to make these mistakes. People are only human. If you're a beginner and you make these mistakes, it's fine. But to have like, and it's not like just the same mistake over and over. It's 16 like different kinds of mistakes in one of like the most difficult perspectives that you can draw without just using like, you know, like a fisheye lens like filter or whatever like that. Especially given like if you look, I did post it there. Like if you look at, I think it's like the both like the underwater one and like the cherry blossom one, like the way it kind of like wraps around and stuff like that. Like if you go in and you dig in for like those little, like, you know, why is there lighting here and stuff like that, when the lighting is so complex in general, you wouldn't, like, you know, and you're doing this to submit it to a contest and you're at that level of an artist, you're not really going to make these mistakes, let alone like 8 different ones on one piece of art.
So clearly there is a quality assurance issue here. But the one that fucking kills me, talking about the underwater one, the sideways love disc. There's a...
Yeah.
Like, that is such a blatant quality thing of, like, you have, like, 3 love discs swimming alongside Eevee. I'm like, oh, that's cute. One of them is just straight up and down like a heart.
Yeah. No, it's got the 2 that are going straight down, and then one's swimming this way, and 2 are just going straight down.
2 are going straight... It's so funny to me.
Yeah, also if you look at the other Eevee that's like not underwater but swimming in the water, there's a Vaporeon in the background that looks like, you know, like baby's first Vaporeon.
Yeah.
It doesn't match the quality of the Eevee, which is like, it's a background element so it shouldn't, but at the same time it looks like it you know what I mean? When it comes like good, like expert artists have ways of masking their lack of detail in background elements using like specific skills and stuff like that, and it just wasn't, none of that was there. It wasn't even really like the same art style, you know what I mean? It's just like, are you going to use 2 different art styles in a piece? Usually not. Humans will usually not do that.
Alright, so bad Pokemon AI art. What else do you want to talk about? I brought that up. Balls in your court. What's next?
Well, let me click a tab and see. Weaponized FOMO? We mentioned FOMO earlier, so how about weaponized FOMO? Pirate Software brought up a point where Sony is, only releasing a singular game on PC in order to try and get people to buy the console, because it's just like, oh yeah, you can play, I'm just gonna say, The First Last of Us on PC now. This is just an example, I don't know. But in order to play the second one, you have to buy the console. Like, that's it. No more. You don't get any more. This has since
weaponized FOMO. This has since been debunked a little bit, because one of the examples I saw was God of War, like God of War 2018, but then for God of War Ragnarok, and one of the things, we'll get to it, but at the Sony State of Play, it was announced that God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC. So, it just takes longer. It's one of those things where, like, if you want to keep up with it, and if you don't want to see spoilers, yeah, for like a year, 2 years, actually. God of War Ragnarok has been out for a couple of years, and it's just been announced coming to PC. So,
counterpoint though.
Yeah.
Ratchet and Clank. Why am I going to jump, if there's like a whole overarching story over, I don't know, 20 fucking games, maybe 3 of those don't count, I don't know. You're the expert on Ratchet and Clank. Why am I going to jump into the latest one in the series without all the background of Ratchet and Clank's adventures beforehand? That's the only one that's on Steam.
If
You know what I mean? So I can only get the latest one. I can't actually see what happened to them, so I still have to get the console.
that one is really weird. There's also some weird, I don't want to say timeline issues, but the one right before Rift Apart, which is the most recent Ratchet and Clank one, was kind of a soft reboot. Ratchet and Clank 2016 for the PS4. That one was kind of a soft reboot of the franchise. Everything still happened, but it was like a retelling of the first adventure. And it's so weird because they are treating Rift Apart, which is the PS5 Ratchet and Clank game, as like, this is going to be a great entry point for fans because, you know, we have this new playable character, so you get to experience a new adventure with her.
And off of Furry Awakening Lady.
Yeah, but it's so weird to me because as a longtime fan of the franchise, half of the worlds in, like, half of the planets in the new game are like remixes of old planets. It's like, oh, here's a planet like that's like, oh, here's a 1-for-1 map from like 4 games ago, but we're gonna twist it a little bit so you can explore it in a new way. PC games that have been ported to PC haven't been the greatest track record. Oh yeah, and that's something else too. Like, the PC ports have also just kind of been ass. Like, they launch busted, and people have to make a big stink about it. Keep in mind, it's not like PlayStation fans can do that either. Up until Game Pass competitor, they... Oh yeah, it wasn't until, like, last year... No, maybe 2 years ago that even, like, PS4 fans could go back and play old Ratchet and Clank games. Because PlayStation has really bad backwards compatibility issues.
It didn't used to.
Yeah, PS1 to PS2. You could play a lot of PS1 games on PS2. The first generation of PS3 was backwards compatible with PS2 and PS1 games. But the PS3, they just can't even emulate their own hardware. They can't even... The PS3 had so many, like, barriers in place to make sure nobody was pirating their shit that they can't properly... You can only stream, like, on the PS5. You can play PS4 games, you can, like, physically play PS4 games and download a lot of PS4 games. They recently released a handful of PS2 games that you can physically download, or physically download is such a fucking oxymoron, but you can download, like, Sly Cooper 1 onto the PS5.
You wouldn't download a car.
But I would, and you can with 3D printers. You
mean Cybertrucks?
Exactly.
I swear to God, they're fucking 3D printed.
But, yeah, I would absolutely download a car. But there was like a Tomb Raider game that they released, with like a trophy list and everything, but it's labeled as like, this is a PS2 game that we've upscaled. You know, it's like a soft remaster. It's right, 3D printed my brand new 3D printer, and it's so much better.
Hi!
Hey, Mizuki, what's going on? But they can't... You can only stream PS3 games. You cannot download a PS3 game onto your PS4, PS5, because it's such a fucking mess of a system. The PS3 was a fucking mess. I still love it. I still have a soft spot for it, but I don't necessarily...
I love the way that they would just start screaming whenever they're loading, like, a new environment in, like, Infamous, for example. It's like the little engine that could.
It was gonna take off. It sounded like a jet engine.
Kids. Yeah, especially if you're, like, one of those kids that smoked weed in your apartment all the time or something. Like, my one ex was, like, my PlayStation 3 used to scream, but his... Like, you had to turn the TV up so you could hear what was going on in the game over the PlayStation, dying, gasping for air. Those poor creatures.
The PS5... Here, the PS5 has some very interesting issues. When it overheats, it has this protection thing in place. It will just, like, auto, like, turn itself off. It won't damage anything. Your game will be picked up right where it was. But sometimes, like, it'll happen, like, just watching YouTube or, like, watching a movie on the PlayStation. It'll just, like running on a disc or something, it'll just, like, heat up, and it'll be like, oh, before the disc starts melting, we're just gonna, like, turn itself off. Sony should just hire the emulator. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Um,
was about to say it's like emulatable already, because I know you can emulate a bunch of PS3 titles. You just need to have like a decent-ish computer for it.
Speaking of emulation, do we want to talk about Vim's Lair?
At one point, I did want to make before we move on from Sony is that like Sony with these ports is slapping that you must sign into PS7 thing. The Helldivers fiasco,
Yes.
Tsushima fiasco. They're basically gonna start doing that. However,
I don't want to interrupt you, but you are a robot right now. Hello? You are frozen.
Uh-oh. Uh, the stream's buffering.
I did.
Are we back?
Is that on my end? Is that
It might be.
okay, looks like we're back.
Stream is buffering.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
again.
Okay. Looks like everything is fine on my end and you're back. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, I paid my internet bill, so it's not like they're throttling anything.
Yeah, that could have just been me, but so if I heard you correctly, you wanted to talk about Sony slapping the must be signed into a PlayStation account.
Yeah, but EA is taking that off a lot of their Steam games, including but not limited to It Takes Two. So I remember I went to go stream that with Forrest, and then we had to, like, on stream, we were just like, I have to make a fucking account! Ugh! And now they took that away. So you don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah,
which is like the only good thing that EA is doing, but we'll more on that later.
That was a big thing with like Helldivers. Was Sony was slapping that, you know, you got to be signed into and they have since redacted that.
Ghost of Tsushima as well.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Ghost of Sushi as well.
Yeah, they're doing it for a lot of their like single player games. Ghost of Tsushima, they did say that would be required for God of War Ragnarok coming to PC.
Yeah, you have to log in to play this game that would otherwise be available to you offline.
I don't understand.
So if your internet's down and you want to play Ghost of Sushi, no, you can't.
And that's
all because we have a tiny bit of online functionality.
Yeah, and the online functionality for Ghost of Tsushima is, I would liken it to the way that Dark Souls is kind of online, where like there's not a whole lot of player interaction, and any player interaction that there is usually aggro. Like, you can just wander into other people's worlds, if I remember correctly. I never touched it. I was told, I went to a little town in Ghost of Tsushima, and it was like, oh, here's a shrine. Like, if you go, like, sit at this shrine, you'll be connected to the online servers. And it had, like, a little pop-up of, like, here's the things you can do online with your friends or something. And I'm like, no, I don't have any friends that play this. Like, I have maybe like 6 friends on PlayStation, and every time I look, it's they're either playing like Fallout 4 or watching YouTube, and it's like, okay, I don't think I have. No, I have one friend that I could maybe play like Elden Ring with if I played Elden Ring. But more on Elden Ring later. We're talking about emulation with
Vim's Lair.
Popular gaming preservation website Vim's Lair.
Mr. President, a second company has hit the tower.
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit. Nintendo and the ESA went into Vim's Lair. So Vim's Lair, for those who are the uninitiated, is a games preservation website. They're all about like, hey, these are games that the companies don't care about anymore. Either the companies don't exist, or it's dead hardware, and they're not available through, like, we'll just say Nintendo, for example. Like, Nintendo has, like, their little online gaming thing that has, like, a handful of games from each of their, like, hardwares throughout the year, you know, like, handful of games.
Yeah, they still don't have GameCube, for example, but they do have 64 and GBA and everything before that.
But they have, like, they don't have like every N64 game. They have maybe double digits last time I checked, maybe around 15.
They have Yoshi's Story. That's all that really matters.
But so Vim's Lair is like, hey, these company, like, if we as the consumer don't take it upon ourselves to preserve these games will be lost. That's all there is to it. Because the only other option is
like Mother.
Yeah. The only other option is secondhand market through scalpers or resellers that know these games are popular and are becoming rare and will charge exorbitant amounts.
Spending $300, I kind of want Nintendo to get it, not some cuck.
So Vim's Lair is a popular website for hanging on to these games. Oh, we can allow cuck. We allow cuck.
Yeah. Getting that NTR in.
So it's just very unfortunate. So the first thing that happened earlier this month was Nintendo came in with the ESA, and the ESA, I believe, is the American version of the, like, I'm just gonna look it up. I'm not gonna try and fucking guess. It is the Entertainment Software Association. And they're basically the people in charge of the ratings board. They're the people in charge of making sure gaming companies are, doing things ethically. They're in charge of, like, all that kinds of stuff.
They're not doing a very good job, are they?
No, because they're super anti-consumer.
Company owned, yeah.
They're super anti-consumer.
Just like everything else in the United States.
It blows. So the ESA went in with Nintendo, and I doubled back and looked at a lot of what was taken down from Vim's Lair, and a lot of it was first-party stuff. Like Donkey Kong 64 was taken off, but not Diddy Kong Racing, which was by Rare. It was a lot of first-party things that were taken down. Only do their jobs when the companies have a problem. It's so fucking unfortunate. And then Patches, thank you to Patches for sending this in. Mr., Mrs., or Mix President, a second company has hit the tower. Sega went in. Sega, and then Lego. Lego went in to Vim's Lair.
Sure, Lego games suck.
I love Lego games, so...
A lot of people love them, so whatever. But I find them... why wouldn't I just play actual Star Wars game? I don't know. I didn't
because
like them.
Legitimately, actual Star Wars games are not as good as the Lego games.
Well, okay, that was the worst example, but that was the first example I could think of, because, like... Actually, no, fuck it. PS1 Harry Potter is the best thing ever. We got PS1 Harry Grid out of it. It's ugly as hell. It's stupid as hell. I love those ones. Those ones are good.
And according to my research, it is, even though, oh, hang on. What the fuck is this? Fucking ad on the music. Hang on. Get out of here. Yeah, but there's a Lego Potter. Exactly. So I would like to say, according to the research that I've done, it is ethical to consume Harry Potter video games, asterisk. It's still, despite, and it sucks, it does not suck. Lego Harry Potter is actually pretty fucking good. But despite all the shit going on with the author of the Harry Potter books and all of her bullshit, don't want to get into that. We all know she sucks. In the late 90s or early 2000s, in a single lump sum, she sold all of the video game rights to Warner Brothers under the guise, or under the assumption that video games just wouldn't make money. You know, like, there is no, like, future in games, so, she is not making money off of Harry Potter video games. It just brings attention to the property. So, I just don't like Lego in general. Only when I played maybe... Okay, Lego Indiana Jones. The second one wasn't really for me. It was a little too big. I do like the first Lego Indiana Jones games. And here's the thing. Going back to what Abu Bakar Salim was talking about, not everything needs to be for you, Mew.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. So you're talking...
That's why I'm sitting here with Hentai Expo loaded into my gun. So I can fire it off eventually. Anyways, yeah, what were you saying?
Yeah, so, fuck, what were we... Lego went in, and,
yeah, it took down a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, so, it's so fucking tough, because some companies, some people at certain companies, I don't want to say that these are the views of a whole company, or allegedly, asterisk, some people in positions of power were saying things like, oh, gaming, gamers need to get used to not owning their games or some things to that effect.
Oh, yeah.
And then
So,
there's the argument of, okay, if buying it is not the same as owning it,
pirating isn't the same as stealing it.
Yeah. Lego, you bastards, released a digital version of Lego Dimensions on PC. I want Activision to release... Supposedly there was going to be a remastered collection of the first 3 Skylanders games. Just talking about Toys to Life bullshit. But that's a whole other scummy, terrible monetization of games. That's a different beast entirely.
Yeah. Like, so I will say, this is information and that I do not have the information on how to do this, but it is something that is possible, is you can actually take your Steam games and back them up. So if Steam ever decides, or the company that released it to Steam ever decides to revoke your ownership of it, you actually still have it, because it's not like you paid money to not have it, which, as long as you don't share those files of that playable version of the game, you are in the clear. So I would advise, if you are tech savvy enough, because I'm fucking not, first of all, figure out how to do it and do it for your own Steam library, and then please give me a hand. I could use a hand doing that myself.
I can look into it and see what's going on. I feel like that is kind of directed at me as the other person in call.
Anybody in chat, somebody, hello, help.
All right. What's next? I'm looking at a
Not Hentai Expo.
Not Hentai Expo. Good.
Oh yeah, speaking of Steam revoking shit. Okay, hold on, wait, what was the one that I wanted to... Yeah, okay, so Steam revoking shit. Steam is facing, 800 million lawsuit that could change gaming forever. There is a community notes on this in the... Oh, UK. I'm stupid. Yeah, it's in the UK. The lawsuit's arguments are apparently false. But there's still... So, like, they'll probably be able to fight it off, but there is, like... Where's the fucking other page
It's false... It's false on a technicality. So...
Yeah.
The lawsuit
Oh, I was about to say, just the lawsuit was saying that Steam doesn't allow, like, people to offer lower prices on other platforms, which is not true at all. As well as, like, something about, like, the fee for hosting on Steam or something, but...
Yeah, so, in Pirate Software, again, who we reference a lot here, we stand Thor, he was saying that the licensing fee on Steam is a bet with Steam, is how he worded it, of, like, you're gonna give us X amount of money to put your game up on our platform, and after your game passes a certain threshold of sales, we're gonna give you that money back. So that one is a little bit of a non-issue to me, but this is in relation to Steam's market dominance is how they worded it.
Here's a Pirate Software tweet about it as well. If anybody wants to read up on that, I'll read it once you're done.
Okay, yeah, it's in relation to, and the UK is also or maybe it's the EU is suing Sony about the same thing, about their market dominance and charging, exorbitant prices because they have that market dominance. I think it's always... Here's the thing. There's gonna be no winners here because... I guess if the government side of this wins, it'll be good for consumers, but in my head, it's government versus a company, and... I don't like either of those things. So, I'm praying for lightning to strike the courtroom.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it'll be interesting to see what happens, to see if this actually changes anything. But in the long run, I feel like a lot of devs are starting to come out and air their grievances against Steam, whether it's warranted or not. I mean, I think it's fair. I think Steam is a large enough company. Believe it or not, they could probably take the hit. If I get it, as somebody who is a big fan of PlayStation games, I get it if people want to defend Steam and their platform by saying, oh, here's like here is one ethical thing that they do. Here's a good thing that they do. Don't take bullets for companies. If there's issues with Steam, there's issues with Steam. You know, company v company is, you know, never a good look, but there's still like you know, developers versus the companies that they work for, and you know, small companies versus larger companies and all that stuff. It's case by case basis. Don't take bullets for companies.
Yeah, like Steam back in the day, I remember around the Left 4 Dead 2 era, when Steam and Valve became a thing, it felt like a thing by gamers for gamers, because that's what it was. But now, I feel like Gabe himself, I don't know, might be human, might not, I don't know enough about him.
He's a real human.
But, like any... No, I don't mean that I actually didn't think he was a real person. I mean, like, if he's, like, become rich corporate monster, if he's still kind of a person, is what I meant.
From what I understand, there used to be a time when he would, like, answer any email he was sent. Like, he would take the time every day to go through, like, his inbox and answer every email.
At this point, it's probably way too much, and I understand. Like, he'd probably spend entire weeks doing that stuff, and they'd still keep coming in at this point, honestly.
This is crazy. It doesn't look like my hands are my hands. Go on, I'm sorry. I'm just having fun.
No, I wanted to... I was enjoying it too, it was just like, aw. Have fun, have your fun. I don't know, like, there's a lot of stuff about Steam that seemed really personable. For example, the refusal of AI asset games and AI asset tech. Felt very down to earth and human. They just instantly took the right side of that fight. And then there's, like, other shit that, like, I have my grievances with, like, why is it so stupid? Why is it so stupid to click off of a full screen game, Steam? Why is this borderless window not borderless windowing? I don't know if that's Steam or, like, the devs. I feel like it's a mix of the two, because I've had, like, other issues. Also, like, there's just other shit about it that's been clunky. Like, why can't I play if we have family sharing, why can't I play my friend's game when they're in game? Then I'm just never going to be able to play their games. But they're now introducing a beta where you can do that. Also, remote play is extremely fucking clunky. Or was extremely fucking clunky. There's, like, a lot of good shit that they have that is just so clunky in practice. That's, like, aren't you, like, the only valid storefront on PC? Why doesn't this work? Right?
Yeah.
And this is just from a very basic consumer perspective. Like, I don't know what the devs go through, right?
Right. I don't know. In terms of just this headline,
It still does. I haven't tried in like a year. That's all. Like, I don't fucking know because I haven't tried in like a year and a half. So I don't know if it got improved.
Just like just recently, it's still very clunky. In terms of this lawsuit, like I guess I'm rooting for, if this is similar to the EU government, there could be a payout. If this is similar to the EU lawsuit against Sony, there could be a payout due to consumers. But
Steam credits I get to spend on hentai puzzle games.
Oh boy, the little $2.
Never. Fucking never. I don't even have Honey Pop.
So here's the thing. I'll do anything for a platinum trophy.
Oh no.
They don't allow hentai on the PlayStation Store. So it's only like girls in bikinis. But if you're telling me for $1, Muse Porn Fun. If you're telling me for $1 in 5 minutes I can add another platinum trophy to my list, I'll buy a couple, and I have bought a couple. The funniest ones to me though, like the easy platinums, the like I can't remember what they're called, but there's a term for like real easy like platinum trophies. But
yeah. What about Balan Wonderworld?
In Balan, I said easy platinum. You can fuck right off with Balin. Did you buy my? Yeah. I bought My Name Is Mayo 1, 2, and 3. But there's like other like clicker games where I have a turbo controller where you can just like press the cross button and then like click in a little or like click a little thing so like cross is constantly held down. So I'm just sitting there like reading something, and like the platinum trophy's just popping in front of me. And again, it's like 99 cents. It's so funny.
Fuck, that reminds me. Forrest also had a turbo, and we were playing like the tug of war in It Takes Two.
And he cheated.
And I still almost beat him.
Oh my god.
Dude, if you play Star Fox Adventures, there is a specific, like... Oh god, is it the Lightfoot Village? Is that what it's called? I always forget the names for the dinosaurs. There's like the Lightfoot Village, and there's like a fucking pushing thing where you have to do like a test of strength. And any kid, like as a 10-year-old, trust
Impossible.
me, training your fucking thumbs. I'm pretty sure there wasn't really turbo back then. I'm not sure. You don't quote me on it, but I don't know if there was like turbo for GameCube back then.
Oh my god. So just talking about like mashing the shit out of like a button on a controller. I've been playing Kingdom Hearts 2 off stream just because nobody voted on it, and that's okay, but I wanted to play it anyway. And
as long as you won't burn out if it's next.
God, no way. I'm having so much fun. My plan for Kingdom Hearts 2 is also to get to the same point I got with KH1, where it's like everything except like critical mode, so that I can just play through critical mode on stream and then get the platinum on stream. So I'm getting like all the side stuff. And do you remember the skateboarding in KH2?
No. I actually don't.
So I
remember it in 358.
So once you clear a world, like the first time through, before like, you know, like before you have to go back to say Hollow Bastion to actually get it to become Radiant Garden.
Fuck Radiant Garden.
There'll be a
oh wait, no, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There's a skateboarding mini game where you can like get like style points and stuff. There's a trophy for getting a combo up to like 5,000 points, and what world are you doing it on? Halloween Town.
Halloween Town.
Yeah, because you do it in the course in Halloween Town that you do it on is inside of Santa's like little fucking factory
thing, yeah,
where you fight like the.
I remember that fight.
That fight is so boring.
You fight the triplets. It's not that memorable fight. It's not that memorable of a fight, but I still remember that fight because it can get really annoying.
The Oogie fight in that room is so fucking annoying to me because he's up above the conveyor belts and you have to keep knocking things into his little pedestal until it falls down. It's such a boring fucking fight. Anyway, there's a way you can like
very Nintendo.
There's a way you can like get yourself like wedged in that room, and you can just mash circle like crazy and do like tricks, like do like a little like kickflip over and over again without actually landing. But that one's on like a 1 minute timer, so like you have to sit there and mash circle. I eventually got to the point I almost had the controller upside down because my right thumb was getting tired, so I was moving with my right thumb, mashing the other side. Like, I was holding it like this, mashing it like this, and
you gotta do a mixture of shaking the controller into your thumb as well as pressing the button because it kind of helps you go longer.
Do the.
I'm not doing it high enough. Yeah, you gotta like
do the
shake it a little bit. That's how I like go for longer.
Do the rolling thing like on Tetris speedruns.
Oh yeah, the fucking rolling. Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway, we're getting way off topic. I don't know what the fuck were we talking about. What's next? Let's just move
on. Steam achievements.
What's next?
So this is a very, very minor point, and it is not coming from a place that likely has any sort of like, because it's Joe Rogan, and then somebody who has Neuralink chips. So already you know it's two people who are not trustworthy. And so this person that Rogan was interviewing said that the first Neuralink patient. Oh, this is the first Neuralink patient. Told Joe Rogan the implant is like aimbot for gaming. Not that I specifically care about esports, especially of the FPS kind. Such toxic communities. Like Doctor Disrespect ended up being a career after all.
Oh yeah, we've
after
been
being like, yeah, after agreeing with the whole we want to protect our kids from their ideology thing, and then being the exact person he was claiming, just it's the whole story all over again and all over again. It's people projecting, and they're projecting onto the gay community. So yeah, he is one of those people. Surprise, surprise. But anyway, do we think that if you have a brain chip, you should be banned? You should be able to be tested for having a brain chip and then be banned from esports if you have if you have a brain chip. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think like bottom line, yeah, if you have a Neuralink chip or if you have a brain chip that helps you like hang on, fucking ad on the music. If you have a brain chip that if this guy is right in what he's talking about, it is like aim assist, that's illegal in esports. You can't have aim assist in esports. However, and this is something that's kind of talked about in the realm of like other sports, football, basketball, whatever, where steroids are illegal. Metabolic steroids are super illegal.
Yep.
But sometimes there's people talking about like, what if we did just have like an American football league, like a separate football league set up where steroids were legal? Like, how jacked?
We can watch all the guys whose balls fell off run around super angry.
Yeah, it should absolutely should be disqualified. But like, seeing how jacked dudes can get, like how huge dudes can get, just running.
They're unable to move.
Yeah, just running into each other, like getting fucking aggressive on the field or whatever. So
it'd be like those things where they like have like the big inflatable circle, and then they get the bull to run at them and launch them. Except they're just people who are like just meat. Like,
yeah, but they're also running at dudes who are 100% muscle. So it's the unstoppable object meets the immovable wall. But I think if this goes far enough along, because right now this is the first Neuralink patient. We don't even know the long-term effects. If he's gonna make it, I'm gonna be real. We don't know, because how many monkeys died? Like, way, oh my god, the way that people were fucking talking about.
Elon has so many simps that people will literally just sacrifice their lives to simp for him. And it's so fucking funny. They're just so willing to be like, I'll get this brain chip that's probably going to kill me in 2 years, because Elon! Even though he's doesn't do any of the braining or engineering for any of it. He's actually not intelligent at all.
Yeah, but I think that for the sake of morbid curiosity, or for the sake of people who get this shit installed in their system, and it's so weird, right? Because right now we're at a point where like this shit is becoming real. Science fiction shit is becoming real. Right now we're at the point where in 50 years, we're gonna be the fucking boomers who are like, y'all have those brain chips installed, when it's probably there's a non-zero, I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen, there's a non-0% chance that within our lifetime, it's gonna be a normalized thing. People are trying
I'm already halfway through my life because I don't want to live to see that. I've seen iRobot in a fucking drive-in movie theater. I've seen this shit coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
Stop it.
We've
all seen iRobot. If you haven't,
yeah, we've seen this shit come. It's based on.
Go ahead and see it if you want to. Moral of the story is AI badge.
We can see this shit coming a mile away, but again, like it's a non-0% chance that shit's gonna be normalized. We don't know what's gonna happen in the future. We don't even know what's gonna happen tomorrow. But I would be interested. Will Smith. Yeah, listen to Will Smith and keep his wife's name out of your fucking mouth.
And the dog. The poor dog. I've never seen that movie, but I refuse to because of the dog. If I know like an animal is going to die in a heartbreaking way, I won't watch it because then I'll be fucked up for a week. Anyway,
shit will hit the fan first time a Neuralink is hacked. It's gonna be so fucking funny. But
oh, God,
I guess
can't wait.
circling around to my point, it would be interesting to see an entire league of people with these Neuralink chips playing FPS games. I think it would be
Yeah.
interesting just to watch. Keep them
You're-
separate. Keep them separate from the normal people who just play video games to play video games. But like, I'd be interested. Genuinely, as like a scientific curiosity, I'd be interested to watch two people with Neuralinks in a Call of Duty map. Does the want to avoid certain movies? That's
Or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm already avoiding JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But
Oh, yeah,
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
that's like episode 1. They want to get
I know it is.
They want to get the point across that Dio's a bad guy.
I know Dio's a bad guy, but that doesn't mean I want to watch a dog burn alive.
No, that's fair. Crazy Frog max volume in your brain because your brain chip connected to the wrong airport Wi-Fi.
I was gonna take it a step further because most of the Elon stems are also like homophobic red pill manosphere guys. So you just blast like fucking gay porn in front of their fucking faces or something like that. I don't fucking know.
The like quick flashing like war flashback memes, and it's just nothing but gay porn. Do that.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do that with these idiots that drive. You know that new like Apple Glass thing, like the AR Apple headset that projects like your desktop in front of you, and there's like the crazy assholes that drive that like they're self-driving Tesla and they have the Apple headset on and they're just browsing the internet or like doing shit. Like, do that. Just hack those and put the gay porn up like while they're driving.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh my.
Maybe not while they're driving because that could actually injure innocent people.
Fine, I guess.
Maybe if like you also hack their fucking Cybertruck because their Cybertruck's probably gonna be connected to their Neuralink, so you'll know when the truck is. Actually, no. If they're fucking auto driving in the Cybertruck, go for it. If they're not, then maybe not. Cause yeah, not while they're driving. Maybe while they're like shitting or while they're on a date or something.
Speaking of
when they're right about to get it on, then you just flash gay porn in their face.
Speaking of shitty people, people are being fucking weird about the Silent Hill 2 remake from Bloober Team.
Yeah. Fuck, I didn't actually pull that one up. I didn't know if we were gonna cover it.
We can just like gloss over it because that's the whole headline. There are some characters that have like moderate redesigns. I think they look fine. But there's some people who are like, she's not sexy anymore. Why isn't she sexy anymore? When the character was like everything in Silent Hill is fucking symbolic. Like you could draw parallels between, and there's even some instances where the creator in making everything symbolic, there are some lines that the creator himself did not draw. You know, like and that some of these things have been aired out on Twitter where somebody was just like, hey, here's like a train of logic that a lot of people follow. Same complaints, yeah. But like some people pointed out, like, here's a train of logic that people follow that is like kind of problematic. Like if X equals Y, then Y equals Z for Silent Hill and its symbolism. And the creator was like, that was not my intention. That's a problem. I'm sorry about that. You know, this game is 20 plus years old. I'm sorry about that. That is just not something I even thought about. But there was a character who in Silent Hill 2 had like she wore like I don't even remember the original design, but she like wore a skirt and had some cleavage, and in the new version she's wearing pants and a sweater, and they're like, she's not sexy anymore. People were like, she's not sexy anymore. It's like, and the character is a
19-year-old sexual abuse victim.
Yeah, she is a survivor. She's a survivor of and it was a familial thing. It was like her dad was physically abusive.
I'm very much for men's mental health and for men's equality, but do you want to know why I would choose the fucking bear still, despite being in support of that? Because somebody on this post where they're arguing about the fact that like not everybody has to be sexy said, Angela, she is just pixels, bro. Chill out. She is fictional, and it's hard to maintain my immersion if an SA victim is not attractive enough to even SA. I like bears. I like bears. Yeah. And this is why gamer is a fucking derogatory term. Mm-hmm. Do we really want to be associated with these kinds of people anymore? Why are people okay with saying this kind of shit with their whole fucking chest? Why do you need that sort of immersion? Maybe you should get thrown in jail.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, the assault happened when the person was a child, so what they look like as an adult is irrelevant to that fact anyway. Yeah. So the logic still doesn't logic.
You say like thrown in jail. I think we should dig a pit under.
Castrate.
Dig.
I think Louisiana is actually working to castrate people.
Good.
Who do terrible things to children.
Dig a pit under a prison and just throw people in the pit. No food, no water, no sunlight, just a pit under the prison, and just keep tossing people down there. I remember when these same incels were upset they couldn't look. Oh my god, she's a child! Don't!
Yeah. People, there was somebody who, I met them like once or twice, I think. I went with my friend to like their apartment building because my friend wanted to get their game back. Which was Final Fantasy X too. This person knew a specific way to look up Riku's skirt. And I'm like...
Is it Riku or Riku? I know that's not the point, but...
It's Riku in the game, yeah. They call her Riku.
Okay.
But,
Well, I also don't trust Final Fantasy X because they pronounce it Tidus, so... I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, but the Japanese pronunciation would also still be Riku.
Okay.
So, yeah, so just, I like bears. Men's mental health matters unless you're this kind of man. I'm just gonna say. I don't know if there's any helping this kind of person. If this person gets therapy and realizes they are of their ways, good for them. These are not the kinds of men that I advocate for.
That's the thing too, is like we can all ask for reform or ask, that people get help. But sometimes you just want to dig a big pit and toss them all in and see. There was a great...
I don't think you need your testosterone anymore, buddy.
There was a great...
It's not doing good things for you.
So rest in peace to a great comedian that I loved. If anybody remembers the comedian George Carlin, he had a bit...
Is it the guy on your desktop?
No, not him.
Okay.
But
that face still lives in my dream.
George Carlin had a bit about walling off. Basically, the argument was about like people want new things to watch. People are, gross sick people. We love to watch the weird shit. That's why we love, that's why the news
psychological shit.
Yeah, that's why people love, watching bad shit on the news. But he was talking about like
that kind of shit. Well, he was fucked up stories.
He was talking about walling off a bunch of states. Like we have a bunch of states right in the middle of America that are just big rectangles. Like wall those off and just dump a bunch of like make.
Can you take Alberta too? Its borders are also very straight.
Well,
no, that's Saskatchewan. Never mind.
He was talking about just dumping, basically closing most prisons and just dumping every prisoner into Wyoming, just walling off all of Wyoming. And he was saying take 4 of these states that are connected, wall them all off, and like. All of the sex criminals go here. All of the murderers go here. Junkies, drug dealers, like all the people in for like narcotics and stuff, put them in here. I mean, nowadays, I don't think we would have that. Nowadays, things are a little more lenient. Weed is legal now in some places. So Arkham City, yeah, but he was talking about this in like the early 2000s, late 90s-ish. He passed away in like 2006. Before the Arkham games even. But he was talking about like walling off all of these states. And he's like, and wouldn't it just be fun to televise that? Just see what these terrible people, tear each other apart. And I'm not saying
the first people to die are the child sex offenders.
Yeah,
hands down. they'll all unite and then start tearing at each other's throat after.
Yeah, no, but he was also talking about, like, the walls that connect these, like, state prisons, put, like, a tiny door on each one that opens up, like, once a month. And so there's a little cross-pollination is what he called it. Like, some people can get into the other prisons. He was... Again, like, he was a stand-up comedian, so he was, you know, pushing the edge and stuff. But I'm not saying no to the idea, because it seems like people are getting worse every day. I'm not saying no to the idea.
The only other issue is that there is a lot of false positives in, like, sometimes the crime and the justice system. This actually reminds me of a conversation I had with someone where they were like, if there is one crime that you could commit, and then if you commit it, nobody else can ever commit that crime again, what would you do?
Oh,
and
yeah.
they were saying, like, you know, my and Blair's first reaction was, you know, essay, right? Or that sort of thing.
Mine would be murder, but go on.
No, the most interesting one, and after thinking about it, is really fucking good, is perjury.
Ooh.
You can never lie. You can never lie in court again.
Oh. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Because
that would also kind of stop, like, for example, I'd want to stop, like, essay, right? Like, that would, so then, if you know for a fact that you're going to have to go in court, and, like, from some unseen force is going to force you to admit to what you did, and you're going to, you know, and depending where you are, maybe even get the fucking death sentence, let alone a life sentence in prison for the shit that you've done. How many fucking Christian priests are going to get put away for good? You know what I mean? Like, all of these people.
I heard an interesting, an answer I heard to that one was litter. Because his thought process was, that would stop, like, major companies from dumping oil in the ocean. That would stop people from, you know, like, these big land masses of just garbage out in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, like...
Fun fact, the CN Tower is built on garbage landfill. Alright, continue.
But no, his thought process was basically like, if I just, you know, toss a can at a recycle bin and miss, and that means that, you know, miss on purpose, if that means that, like, major cities like Toronto or New York City, like, can start being cleaned up, there'd be so many priests, you could call it a clergy. Yeah, like, no, perjury's a good one.
Yeah, because that would be, like, a very huge deterrent, because, like, since the justice system is corrupt and a lot of, like, these people aren't getting the time that they deserve and shit like that, if they're on the ticket saying that, yes, I did this. Plus, you've also got the vigilantes that will go after them. And
yeah.
What if they don't get thrown in prison, right?
Speaking of crime, I guess. There's gonna be a Yakuza show. This was a little thing that was just announced early this month. There's gonna be a Like a Dragon show coming to some streaming service. I don't remember which one. But
as long as it's not by Netflix.
I wanted to bring this one up because I've noticed recently that, like, if it gets a show, it can be good. Like, Arcane, the League of Legends show, was good. The
only good thing about League of Legends.
The Last of Us show was good.
Did you buy your $500 Ari skin yet?
No, I have not bought the $500 Ari skin yet. I don't even play League.
I'll probably watch it because there's a lot of Yakuza, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna get around to it.
I've been watching when my partner plays. I watch her play, so I've seen up to, like, Yakuza 0 up to, like, halfway through Yakuza 5.
I know all the good shit. Like, I know the fucking karaoke songs. I know about Ichiban, and I know about, like, Kiri-chan. Like, fucking
Goro Majima. Yeah.
I love Majima.
Sometimes shows are just needed. Yeah, and that's exactly the thought process. Like, there was an announcement recently that they've settled on how they're gonna do Last of Us Part 2 in the show. and they basically said that they want to, because in Last of Us,
Hi, Blair.
in the Last of Us TV show, hey Blair, in the Last of Us TV show, like the first game was just season 1, and they basically said they took some time, they took some liberties with the plot of the first game, and they expanded a bunch of stuff. Like one episode, the best episode of the Last of Us TV show, I'm gonna donate subs, force you to play through Judgment eventually. Oh,
I grew up in West Virginia.
so long as I don't need to play any of the other ones to play through Judgment.
It was then that I learned that nutritious foods can be
hang on,
delicious
fucking
too, and that's why
get out
we
of here.
love
Add on
when-
the music. But God, my fucking brain. The best episode of the Last of Us TV show was expanded lore, basically. Like, it was a whole, like, plot about, like, what this person was doing before before, like, the outbreak and stuff. And that was just not in the game, and it was the best episode. And so they were saying, we want to do more stuff like that. That was really well received, so we want to expand on these characters. We want to make certain characters more empathetic. And they basically said, Last of Us Part 2, they're going to take their time, and it's going to be 2 seasons at least.
Wait, so knowing not enough about Last of Us 2, just remembering, like, when it was released, everybody was, like, hating on it, and that was soothing my anxiety that night because it was really funny. There's apparently like some sort of self-insert sex scene or something like that. So now that guy can just actually be in the sex scene as like the actor. Like he can write himself in there instead of like the guy who drank whiskey off the girl's feet. That creepy guy.
Quentin
He
Tarantino.
can be another. Yeah, that one. Yeah. So
yeah.
he can do that for the video game scene since it's live action. There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, I think TV show is the right way to go with a lot of these adaptations. Like, I'm so excited for the God of War TV show, but like,
Is that guy gonna play it? The voice actor guy?
No idea. I want him to. The issue is,
Isn't he like buff enough to do it too? I think.
I've only ever, like, outside of the, like...
Wasn't it like Trans Man?
Hang on it, because a guy in game we know
No,
is gay.
people were hating one of the story.
My issue with Last of Us as a whole with the franchise, like, I liked the show enough to play the first game, and like, oh, this is cool, I get it. I get why this was so well received. My issue with Last of Us as a series is that it's very... There's a... And this is a term I bring up often. There's ludonarrative dissonance. The game is trying to tell you, yeah, how violent the game is. Because the game, especially the second part, is trying to present this story of, like, you know, it's trying to be like, oh, if I attack this person, gonna be just as bad. They were hitting on because a guy in the game we don't know is gay or not, they made gay, so it was bigotry. There was so that scene in game, we actually do know that character is gay. There's some, it's not like directly stated by, he doesn't say, look at the camera and be like, I am a homosexual, but you do find some stuff in the game.
I am a homosexual.
You do find some stuff in the game where it's like, he and this other guy, they were like, they were, you know, living together. They found each other in the fallout of the world ending, and just it was a very, and the show was very sweet. It was very cute. But like, you do find some stuff where it's like basically implied of like, oh, like, I can't talk to you like this when you're mad, you know, like, we had such a nice life together, XYZ thing. Yeah, it is missable, to be fair. Like, right as you're about to leave that guy's house and move to the next part of the game, it's like in the garage, like off to the side, or like it's a crumpled note in the bedroom or something. Like, it is easily missable. I get why people don't always find it, but like, it's very clearly implied that that character was gay, that those two were in a relationship and they had some kind of falling out. But that episode, like where it shows like their life together before the events of the game. Like, so cute, so lovely. Nick Offerman fucking killed it in that role. But I digress. I'm excited for the Like a Dragon show. I'm excited for the God of War show. But I'm not excited for the Borderlands. I'm excited for the Borderlands movie, but for different reasons.
This is gonna be shit. It's like the same reason why people like Velocipaster and Lamageddon, right?
I guess because we know it's gonna be bad.
Less classic, just bad.
We know. So
you want Blair? I'm busy.
the Borderlands games are rated M for mature. Blood, gore, sexual themes, all of the good shit.
3 balls.
3 balls.
That's like my favorite thing. I reference that too much.
But we just gotta.
Like.
I mean,
moving on.
I mean, the game never says that it's attached to him. He could just have a testicle in a jar on his nightstand.
Oh. That's a little less exciting.
Current VA for Kratos has the stature, obviously the voice to be Kratos. Paint his whole body white. I mean, they're gonna do that.
Anybody who plays it is going to need to paint their whole body white.
Yeah.
Anybody who cosplay, like, you've already got cosplayers who do that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if they're not willing to put in that effort for a fucking Hollywood, I don't know if it's Hollywood, but like Hollywood level like TV show shit. When cosplayers are willing to do that for like 12 hours at a convention, then we've got different issues.
I saw the poster. It looks like a bunch of cosplayers who haven't touched the games. So here's the thing, and I've been thinking about it. Mew, your biggest issue with the Borderlands movie is that it doesn't look as good as the professional cosplayers.
It doesn't. Like, I'm not expecting them to paint the lines on their bodies, but like, not even professional cosplayers. Like, any guy with a permanent marker and a Borderlands mask who does this.
Here's my argument. Here's my argument against that. The cosplayers paint the lines and stuff for photo shoots. Like, they're designed to be like, oh, I'm gonna make it look as good as possible for this photo. You know, in motion, those lines would not work. In the sense of a movie where everything is in motion, it wouldn't work.
They don't even have to have like the lines though, right?
They don't. Like, I'm not saying...
But, like, they just, like... For example, it's such a short goatee. It's not like a big beard that he put a lot of effort into. I don't understand why he couldn't shave it to be Roland. You know what I mean? Like, and there's such a tiny detail that doesn't matter, but at the same time, it's like...
Every time, that is always what you bring up, is that Kevin Hart has facial hair. That's not...
Lilith is like a 20-year-old person, and she looks... like she's had way too much Botox.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Tina.
Everybody's
just
supposed
to be what, 10?
Yeah. She's meant to be 13 in Borderlands 2.
She looks like she's 16.
Yeah, so that is the only one who I think is actually like pretty good casting is Krieg. Florian, I can't remember his last name, but the guy who plays Krieg. Like, yeah. I'll watch it, you know. But the median age of the people that were casted in that movie, like,
Kevin Hart doesn't look old though. He just has it.
But like the woman playing Moxie is like almost 60, I think.
Tannis is also technically too old, but for some reason she's just not really a problem. Like, being like an older scholarly person, it doesn't really clash as much as like Lilith.
I'm not mad about Jack Black not sounding like Claptrap, because even the guy that they got to replace Claptrap doesn't sound like Claptrap. I think Jack Black sounds better than the new guy in Borderlands 3, but look less like...
Is that why they kind of stuffed his butt into a hole and he's just stuck there for I don't know how much of the game?
We'll play it and you'll see. More like they walked out of a party city. Yeah, no, that is how it feels. It doesn't...
Or like the Spirit Halloween.
But the newest piece of news we just got is that it's going to be rated PG-13. What? These are rated M games. What? they didn't add the effect on Jack's voice. Did they not? They didn't even add like a. I probably wasn't paying close enough attention, but
no, I know they're like rated M games, but in theory, would that still be like they're not? What would they be missing? Blood? Because PG-13 can still have a bunch of like sexual innuendo jokes and shit like that. Like it's really not a sexual series. You've got like
they just can't say fuck.
Sexual jokes and innuendo.
They can't say fuck. No, I think
can't say fuck. That's like the whole. That's like the whole series.
I think in a PG-13 you get one. In a PG-13 movie you get one fuck. But that's
more fucks than I have to give.
Yeah, no, it's just so fucking unfortunate to me because like in my brain there's like a very easy translation of like, okay, yeah, T for Teen is a PG-13 movie. Rated M game is a rated R movie. Like, to me, that's a very clear...
It's really Mad Max with clown... They're really turning it into Mad Max with clown cars.
Yeah, I don't...
Mad Max for kids.
I don't know. You pick a topic. You pick what's next.
I did want to double back to the lawsuit thing because I didn't read the Pirate Software tweet.
Oh, yes,
I did post it. Don't forget, I am posting a majority of these links, the ones that I have, in the podcast resources, in the Discord, so if anybody wants to go back and look at, like, you know, if you want to take your own look at, like, the fucking AI EVs, you can go back there and do that. Some stuff, like the fucking Joe Rogan thing, I didn't post because that's just Dexter 2. And it's not really that important, but, anyway, Pirate Software. So the video and claim it's referencing are absurd. Steam's pricing restriction is only for Steam key pricing off-platform. So, for example, Humble Bundle. Or those other, like, key sites, right?
Yeah.
Meaning you cannot use Steam as a distribution hub and sell Steam keys off-platform for cheaper. This prevents Valve from getting ripped off and is absolutely fine. They do not dictate the lowest price your game can be sold for unless you are using Steam keys. Of course, Valve doesn't let you buy DLC from Steam games from rival platforms. This would mean Steam would then have to distribute this DLC despite not making a sale, which is energy on their part. They have to pay for this. They have to pay for this bandwidth. For those that think you can do this through Humble Bundle or you're buying a Steam key there, don't make me get the stick. The Steam 30% cut is not actually 30%. It's 30% for all sales made on the Steam platform. If you sell Steam keys, Valve's take is the 0% cut of that transaction. They also don't charge for generating Steam keys. The claim that 30% is egregious is also a subjective opinion, as many developers, myself included, find that value brought by Steam is well worth it. Because Steam is such a huge fucking platform. Getting into visual novels a little bit, there are a lot of visual novels that get rejected from Steam because it's just like, you can't just say everybody's 18 if they look like kids, right? You know, like, there's that whole thing, and I'm not going to get into the argument. You obviously know I'm anti-lolly. But a lot of the time they do cut the 18 plus content. Sometimes that's not enough for Steam, and then sometimes some of the shit that they have allowed on the platform, kind of contradicts some of the stuff.
Sim.
Like, visual novels aren't, like, dating sims. Dating, it's not simulation. Anyway, I'm not gonna nitpick about it. But basically, like, some of the stuff that they have allowed on the platform is very questionable, whereas, like, you know, Tenchi Sozo Reboot may have characters that look a lot younger, you know, but, like, not only are they separating the 18 plus content from the original game, but it's, like, cute and shit like that, and they still don't like it. Sometimes they have to cut, like, they only have, like, the common route and maybe one girl's route or one guy's route if it's, like, you know, yaoi or whatever. And then the rest of it you have to get through an 18 plus patch and shit like that. So when it comes to announcing a release date and having all of this momentum because people are finally excited to play this visual novel in English, and then it gets rejected and banned from Steam, and all they have is Itch.io, Just, what's the other one? Joren, I think it is. DL site as well. They lose a lot of momentum, they lose a lot of sales, and it puts a dent in like visual novel translation in the future because of it, because like Steam is such a big thing that they will cut off majority of the visual novel to have it on Steam and then just tell people to get this patch to restore the rest of the content. Right? Like, just go onto their site, download this patch, move it into the installation folder, and there you have the 100% of the game again, and they were still able to sell it on Steam. And they go through all of this effort because Steam is such a big fucking thing for it. Like, it's such a big platform for video games and software, right?
Yeah, and I think Thor said it really well when he said that the 30% is subjective, and a lot of times Steam is such a platform, which is also what they're in trouble with for the lawsuit, is that they have a market dominance. You know, they're such a big platform that 30% is fair given how many more people will see your product.
Exactly.
But that's all subjective.
Yeah, and I think that was also one of the issues with Borderlands on PC as well, and why within like the first like month of it being on Steam, it was 50% off, was because it was an Epic exclusive, so it lost a fuck ton of momentum because people are like, I don't like the Epic Game Store, I'm not going to buy it on there, right? And, like, I was one of those people. I'm like, first of all, I don't have the money to spend on, like, an $80 game anyway, so I'm going to wait for it to go on sale anyway.
But that's
So that's just me. I'm saying, like, the general populace didn't want to have to move platforms just to get this.
But that's also why you haven't played, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 yet, is because until literally this month, it was Epic exclusive, right?
It was, before that, it was PlayStation 4 exclusive. And buying a whole console for one game is a lot more difficult. Fun fact, though, I do have the disc for it.
You just don't have
I have the Kingdom Hearts 3 disc, yeah, I just don't have the PlayStation 4, yeah, exactly. But, yeah. I also didn't buy it on Epic, because, like, I don't know, I have enough shit going on my computer at all times. I don't want to have, like, 3 different fucking launchers, you know, like, a fucking... I don't want, like, 3 fucking launchers, a torrent thing, my Wacom tablet, all this stuff that starts on startup and stuff like that, and rather than having... to remember to turn it off, I'd rather just not have it turned on and kind of forget about it in the first place.
Yeah, alright. Anything else on Steam before I move on?
Kingdom Hearts was free? No, it wasn't. Oh, you mean Borderlands. I was about to say, Kingdom Hearts was free, never mind, I'm getting Epic. It's different. Free is a different talking point, okay?
Yeah. It also does say was free, so this could have been like a year ago.
I would have seen it. I have the fucking thing in my server. Kingdom Hearts was not free. Yeah, Borderlands. Okay, yeah. Yeah. See, no, I would have.
Oh, here's something just real quick. The Xbox Game Store put up Ayuden Chronicles 100 Heroes at the wrong price. This was
Ayuden. Yeah.
Ayuden.
Ayuden.
They put up 100 heroes at the wrong price, and this was almost immediately fixed, like within 24 hours.
Fixed?
Yeah, within like 24 hours of this going up, because it was put up at $2,000, or if you have Game Pass, 1,800, like 1,799 or something.
US dollars.
USD.
Yeah, I remember when I found that. I was just like, I don't think we should be worried about Ubisoft wanting to charge $130 for a game if this JRPG is 2,000 fucking USD.
Yeah, because I looked it up on like other platforms, and it wasn't that much on like it wasn't that much on PC, it wasn't that much on PlayStation. I'm like, this is just a fuck up on Xbox. It will be fixed. And you were like, I don't know. Epic Game Store, but the Xbox Store on PC is fucking horrendous. That's fair.
I mean, like, they could have, I don't know, left it up for a little bit longer to see if anybody does actually buy it at that price, you know, fucking trying to be slick and being like, we don't know the problem, we haven't fixed it yet. But really, all they have to do is, like, click on a field and type in it, right? So. Yeah. How do you make that mistake, though? Ubisoft's pricing is correct. Yeah, but if we have to pay $2,000 for Ayuden Chronicles, I don't think $130 is unfair anymore.
The issue here is that the 2001 was a typo that was fixed. $130 is real, and that's the issue. When it's like, okay,
that was the Pirate Bay.
It's like, okay, $70 for our game, $100 for one version of the special edition, or $130, and the difference between $100 and $130 is a digital art book, is a series of PNGs for $30. And
yeah, it's not even like you don't even get like a physical. They're not even printing a book. They're
No.
just taking art that's already on somebody's computer and sending it to you in an email or some shit.
the new
so
Star
what's
Wars
the
game
newest-
is gonna have that pricing. The new Assassin's Creed game is gonna have that pricing, and I feel like there was a third one that they're doing.
Remember that
pricing.
this is $177 Canadian.
God.
So with taxes, it's going to be approximately $200.
Horrendous.
Yeah, $79.99 is $93 Canadian. In my province, because I think it's like, for example, gaming taxes are cheaper in Alberta. But so in my province, if it's $13 on $80, the taxes on $177 is going to be at minimum $200 for one game, for one video game.
It's also
I could just save another $100 and get like another Switch for that.
this shit has hurt. Blair's right. The shit is fucking whack and horrendous. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It costs them nothing, really, to charge extra for this, right? Like the digital art book, it costs them nothing to charge $30 for it. All they need is
reason
one
I would
person.
justify it. One person.
All they need is one person to buy it, to justify it, to be like, see, it worked. We're gonna keep doing it in the future.
The only reason why I would actually stand the $130 price tag is if 100% of that $30 goes into the pockets of the artists.
That's not
So
gonna
the
happen. You know that's
concept
not gonna happen.
the concept artists, the like environment design. I guess level design still counts as like art. Because you have to make like cohesive levels and stuff, like, you know what I mean, like not necessarily like the programming aspect, but the actual like the art that is in that book. Whoever did that art in that book, and whoever contributed to the art in that book, they got 100% of that $30 profit. Because then I'd be like, wait, you know what? Yeah, I will actually buy it for that. I wouldn't buy it because it's Assassin's Creed, but like, I will buy it for that price if I care about Assassin's Creed, because like, artists are actually getting paid. So that's the only justification I can come up with.
So speaking with your wallet is the best way to tell a company, you know, if we're not buying it, that will tell the company we're not doing it. Sometimes, because another thing that I have here to talk about. So Suicide Squad, the video game, was in the news twice this month. The interesting news is that they're going to be going through with all of the DLC they have planned for the Assassin's Creed. I just read chat and my brain auto-corrected. Suicide Squad. They're going to be going through with everything they have planned for the Suicide Squad video game. They had like 1 year of updates and DLC and missions.
Going to all 4 people who play it.
Yeah, they're going to be going through with all that. But Suicide Squad has left Warner Brothers Discovery Gaming Division $200 million in the red. So, figured they'd pull Gotham Knights and just bitch out? No. According to executives at WB Discovery Gaming, they're going to be going through with all of it. So, it's really interesting because that they're going through with it because nobody's playing it, and $200 million in the red. When this came out, when the numbers came out about how much they were, how much money they were down, I was thinking, this is gonna fucking kill Rocksteady. After so many like solid games, and you hear about the development that was going on, a lot of people came into the company, came into Rocksteady.
So Blair can actually talk a lot about this, but he's probably typing right now, so.
When they release a live service game, live service games are kind of at the end of its cycle. It's so fucking because every live service game, and this has always been my complaint, every live service game is trying to be the only game you play. They're trying to do a million things at once to make sure you log in every day, make sure that it's the only game you play. when you have a million of them out there, like Sony was working on like 15. Sony admitted they were working on 15 different live service games all at once. Why are you competing with yourself, Sony? It's so fucking wild to me. But
corporations can't even realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot.
They are.
It's especially bad in Japan, which is why they actually do have a loud American rule, because that American is much hired, because Japanese people are too polite and too, like, conforming to speak out against bad ideas, so they hire a loud American to say that's a bad idea.
I love that. I love that role. I love the idea of the loud American. So
that we can be Japanese people, but we can still not let our superiors go ahead with bad ideas.
So in the development for the Suicide Squad
not
game,
we as me, but like
in the development for the Suicide Squad game, people were joining the company, joining Rocksteady, because they were working on a bigger game, a live service game. They've never done that before, so they were like, we need more people. So there's a mass hiring at Rocksteady for this game, and the people who worked on the Arkham games had already left, basically.
So what Blair had told me is that basically the Arkham game people had just kind of barely started working on Suicide Squad and then had left.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much right at the beginning of development. So it is a whole new team, which is why they're still saying, you know, from the creators of Arkham Knight, because they, like, typed the title of the game and then left the company.
Valve is allegedly working on 3 new live service games. Don't, Valve. That's fucking dumb. But yeah, so a lot of people joined Rocksteady.
Is it TF3?
A lot of people joined Rocksteady under the impression, or under the not assumption, but like the history of Rocksteady was, you know, good single player games. So a lot of people joined Rocksteady like, I want to work on one of these games. I want to work on an Arkham game. And that's not what they were working on.
Suicide Squad.
You get stuck on Suicide Squad, so there was like no passion in the game. There was no passion. Guys. Yeah, under the guys.
Guys.
Yeah, that is how it's spelled.
Oh, okay. No, I was trying to think of it for my own thing. Sorry, Blair.
Yeah. Well, like I didn't, because under the guys doesn't really work, because the way that I wanted to word it, the thing that I was looking for was like the legacy, the predisposition. That's the word I was looking for. They were that Rocksteady was predisposed as a single player focused company, so that is the legacy that these new programmers were coming in on. That was the assumption, is that they were going to be working on a game like Arkham, but they weren't. They were working on Suicide Squad. There was no passion in the project, and there were so many fucking red flags, and we were talking about this a little bit in the mods chat, but I would not be surprised if Rocksteady gets shut down. Supposedly they're going back to single player games. They have something in the works.
Basically they're going to be fighting against this 200 million debt that would otherwise have them closed.
Yeah.
Right?
So I, being more in the know of the film industry, the guy in charge of WB Discovery, David Zaslav, has been making lots of very unfortunate cuts. He's the guy that's getting like all these shows canceled. He's the one that is like taking shows off of Discovery, or he's basically the guy that, I'm sure there's other executives involved, but he's the one catching the flack. He's the face of the company, so he's the one catching the flack for like shows getting taken off of Max and stuff. I would not be surprised if he does just one day just come out and say, we're just going to close the gaming division. Warner Brothers Discovery, we're just closing the gaming division.
Isn't Xbox trying to do that? Which is funny because the only thing Xbox has is gaming.
Valve was working on a third-person shooter MOBA called Deadlock. Okay, I knew about that one. Working new attempt at Artifact. Third project, little info outside of it being a live server. Oh, don't.
TF2, TF3. If they did TF3, it would be actually, well, it might not, it's not guaranteed to be good, but it would be, like, huge.
I mean, they don't care about TF2 anymore, so fuck, dude.
As long as the Steam store runs, I don't really care what Valve does. Like, I'm not gonna. I don't. I
Speaking
haven't touched anything else since Left 4 Dead 2.
speaking of, I'm so fucking tired of things being
Oh,
always
sorry, I have
online.
Portal. I haven't touched it, but I have Portal.
Portal is good. Portal 2 is good. Speaking of, I'm so
Left 4
fucking
Dead is
tired of
good.
things being online always. Activision and Black Ops 6.
Get fucked.
So, Activision is doing this new thing where you have to be online always, even for the single player. So, Call of Duty does this pretty okay thing where they're like, hey, if you just want to play the campaign, you can just download the campaign. If you just want to play online, you can just download the online portion of the game. So it takes up less space on your hard drive. Cool.
Still 300 gigabytes.
I
think total.
Yeah, in total. But they're doing this new thing where they're like, hey, no matter what part of the game you're playing, you always have to be online. Because we're going to start streaming textures. Because it's trying so hard to get me to buy Black Ops 6 when it comes out. Don't! So, like...
It's so funny.
So, I get it so that they're...
Call of Duty fans.
Don't, it's just an updated Cold
Stop
War?
eating
Yes!
it.
Stop
Eating it, like...
Stop buying these games. Here's the thing, right? Like, if you like playing the online game, there's one online Call of Duty that is just like their big live service. I don't remember which one it's called.
You're the one that Blair plays. Blair, what do you play?
But there
Which
is
one that you play? Modern Warfare? Which one?
No. It's not Modern Warfare, but there is one that is like...
Isn't there only Modern Warfare or Black Ops? Like, that's all there is.
There's Modern Warfare, Black Ops. They had a couple like standalone ones, like Advanced Warfare.
Warzone's a
Warzone.
battle. No, that's a battle royale though. So if you don't like battle royales,
I don't fucking. But yeah, Warzone.
what the fuck is X Defiant? What?
X Defiant. I mean, that's not Call of Duty, but like that is a new game. What with the shooting?
Didn't the finals or whatever that fucking game called have so much hype and just flopped?
Streaming textures.
Emote.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly kind of my art. So people that this is Activision's fucking logic.
You ever want to play a modern Call of Duty but have it look like PlayStation 1 Hagrid?
Activision's logic here is like, we're going to save people space because it's going to be so much bigger to have all the textures loaded. So live on Cobium so hard. I honestly wish that Modern Warfare 20 had failed so the series could finally just go. Here's the thing, right? Like,
That's
I remember
the thing about Call of Duty fans, though. They'll just keep eating it.
I remember when first-person shooters like dominated the landscape, like even just as single-player games, so that the story actually made them stand out. Like the first couple Black Ops games, great story. Modern Warfare 1, Modern Warfare 2, good stories. Spec Ops: The Line had an actual like anti-war story about like, hey, you like your fun shooters where you go off to foreign country and shoot the bad guy? Here's like actual heinous things. Your character is gonna white phosphorus civilians, and then you're gonna walk through that shit. You're gonna walk through the horrors of war. And I'm like, oh my god, this game actually has something to say? More of that, please. We don't get that shit anymore.
I bet you it went over most players' heads, though.
Oh, for sure.
In the name of America, we'll do it anyway.
But like, now it is so much of the same. It's all bullshit and bad. But yeah, they're streaming textures to save people space. And you're right, Arrow. Why not just stream the whole fucking game?
They might have gotten in trouble by the U.S. government for exposing the fact that the U.S. government is actually like the leader in war crimes around the world. So they can't do that anymore. That sounds kind of plausible.
I just can't wait. Because here's the thing, right? I'd like to speak as somebody that has worked in the sales. I have worked on the sales side of video games. And by that I mean I worked at a GameStop. I've had to sell games to people. I've had to... Too bad the bastards fucking delisted Spec Ops. I have it physically. They can't take that from me. I have Spec Ops: The Line for the PS3 physically. They can't.
I don't know. They could save the pink. They could send the Pinkertons like they did for those Magic cards.
I live in America. I live.
That happened in America.
I'm looking at the closet where there is a gun. I live in America. They could.
Even you have a gun in your house. That's so wild to me. That's so dystopian to me. I would be so uncomfortable.
It's not a real gun. It sure fucking
Oh.
looks like it though. It doesn't even have
okay.
it doesn't even have like the painted orange tip. Like it's.
Oh, okay.
But it sure fucking looks like a real gun. But no, who bought our brand new game in a con? So like, fuck, what was I talking about? I worked at a GameStop.
GameStop, yeah.
I've had to sell brain dead simple. I've had to sell the masses on the new game because corporate wanted us to. So I had to be like, here's the new things going on in the new Call of Duty. Here's some new things. Here's what the story's about. Here's some new things that they added to the online. I've had to do that shit. I can't wait for the poor schmucks working at GameStop now to have to be like, well, you have to have online. There isn't even an offline single player mode. There's an online single player mode because that, I guarantee you, is going to be that is a huge red flag for so many people because there are a lot of people.
Most of the people buying games for their kids aren't going to know what textures are. Well, I guess like my generation has grown up a bit, so like it's 50-50 now.
But
because like my generation's having kids for some reason, ew.
Can't even play zombies offline anymore. So here's the thing, right?
Sucks.
As that is something that you would explain as a sales associate, as somebody who works at GameStop, like me, as somebody who would like sell this shit to people, I would be like, hey, just so you know, everything about this game you have to play online. The last couple Call of Duties, like, yeah, sure, there was a single player offline mode, or like you could play split screen co-op with a buddy. Everything about this game you have to play online now, because the game is so big and so like textured and detailed. They know what textures mean if you describe it as a physical texture. Like if you describe it as, the hair is so detailed, the clothing is so detailed, the guns are so detailed that you have to be streaming online at all times to load in all of that stuff. It just wouldn't fit on the disc.
Look like PS1 Haggard.
Like it's. I can't wait for the horrible backlash this is gonna receive. It's
already getting a bit of backlash, but it's not getting enough backlash.
It's getting backlash from people who keep up to date with this gaming stuff, like people who are in the zeitgeist. But once the masses understand what that means, I feel like it's going to get an even bigger blowback on release.
This is how
it's so dumb. And here's the thing too,
because Call of Duty fans are going to realize, wait, this is actually shit once they actually have the game and have already spent their money on it.
Here's the thing, like our eyes can only see so much. Like the human brain can only function at like normal human brain can only process up to like 48 frames per second. 48 to 50 frames per second. 60 FPS look nice. 60 FPS does look really nice, but it is a trained brain that can start like picking up on that, work faster to start. You have to train your brain to get up to 60 frames per second. The brain, we are getting to a point, the brain cannot tell the difference between 6K and 8K. My camera shoots at 6K. 4K is the readily available commercial, like consumer version, like highest grade consumer thing.
I'm lucky if my camera is 720p. It's fucking $20
It is so fucking. Well, I mean, this is also like a professional camera that I use for gigs and stuff.
Yeah, no, that makes sense that you would have something like that. I mean, it's $20. I got 720p. Yeah, is that good enough? Can you see me?
Exactly. No, like my camera that I have, not this. This is fucking whatever. I don't even know. I look like I'm at least 1080p. That's fine.
I thought you were talking about that one because you look a lot more high. Well, I'm also going through Discord, so it's a little.
Yeah. But no, like I have a coffin over. Okay, a coffin is what we.
Not even green.
A coffin is what we call you. Get him out of here. You.
Sorry. I just noticed him. Anyways, yeah, we're
Yeah.
the life service
Yeah.
extras.
So
6K, 8K.
so my camera shoots at 6K, just for the sake of being able to crop in a little bit. You know, if there's something like if there's something about the shot that we don't like, we can crop in and it'll still be 4K. We're not losing any video quality when we export. But consumers, like the average person, is not going to know the difference between 6K and 8K. We are getting to a point. Arrow, I think you're right. It's the smoothness that we're noticing now. It's the ability to stay at 60 frames per second, but also stay at 4K. The amount of hard drive space. I have specific hang on. This hard drive, look at the size of this hard drive. This is just for my fucking footage. But also there's specific like internal proprietary storage things that...
Have you thought of for backup storage or for like specific things that are old that you might not need anymore, just like zipping them in a file and putting them on a cloud drive? That would probably save you a lot of space just to like zip, like for example, an old Spyro series or like shit you haven't used since 2016 but want to keep. You can just throw it in a zip folder and put it on Google.
I don't trust cloud. I don't trust. I'd rather have it like I do.
You can still zip them and keep them on your thing, but zipping them
Oh,
up
I do.
them a little.
I do.
Oh, okay, you do. Okay, okay.
I do. Believe me, I do.
Okay. I wasn't sure
no.
if you zipped them or if you just dumped them on there raw.
I have little notes about what each one of these are.
Mostly corrupted.
I completely forgot about this. I forgot.
I need that sign on my door.
Yeah,
a little pensive.
I have so many fucking hard drives. So yeah, those are just the ones that like I don't even have plugged in fucking daily. Nice homework collection. Fuck, dude. Yeah, so I don't get why games need to be so fucking like oops that no, that's this unlabeled one.
Oh no.
That's the unlabeled one.
Oh.
No, it's not it's not actually.
Prove it.
Making a fucking joke. I actually don't even know what the fuck is on this one.
It's
because it's unlabeled.
So it could be porn. So it could be porn.
No, I don't have porn downloaded. I don't have...
you just watch it online?
Yeah, I don't have the space.
True. Oh, true. Understandable. Have a great day.
I don't have this. I don't have the fucking space. Christ. Hey, Bubsy is getting ported before Bloodborne.
Yeah.
Bubsy 3D is getting ported before Bloodborne.
And Silver's gonna do a run back.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure out a way. We'll find a way.
I feel like no, I'm not even gonna give you the idea. Never mind.
I'll come up with something.
That's really all there is to it. They're making the corrupted label be great for the porn drive. Don't plug it in. It's corrupted. It will destroy everything.
So when I was in college and I had like a homework folder, I actually labeled it porn. Like I legitimately just like put all of my classes. So I put like sociology, religion, politics, math. Everything just went into a thing on my desktop that was just lowercase porn. And it was homework. It was all homework.
So funny. But yeah, that's the whole story, is that they're coming out with a Bubsy collection.
It's in my Yowie folder though, so I don't know.
They're coming out with a Bubsy collection of I think, is it like every Bubsy game or is it just the old ones?
It's like 2D and 3D. I think it's just
because the most recent Bubsy game was like 2017 or even like maybe into the 2020s. Like they're still making Bubsy games for some reason.
Really?
Yeah. The most recent Bubsy game I know at least came out for the Switch.
Troubled history and enduring popularity.
Is this just gaming news? Yeah, so this is everything that's happened in the last month.
Yeah.
We're talking gaming news and everything that's going on in the last month.
Let me actually, it should just be, it's just on the Steam store. I'm just gonna look it up. Bubsy
Yeah, so they're coming out with a Bubsy collection, which includes Bubsy 3D being ported to.
Oh yeah, it's got like 2D Atari Bubsy.
See if it includes like the Woolies Strike
This
Back
is
or
like
something.
green. And then it goes into Bubsy 3D. So it's got like a green one, and then it's got like a colored one. I don't know if the green is just a level. I think the Woolly Strike Back is its own game.
Okay, because
So it's it only goes up to Bubsy 3D, I think.
someone hacked in the Rose Gold Mercy skin, which is a charity skin that doesn't. Someone hacked in the Rose Gold Mercy skin. Oh, for Overwatch 2.
Still matters?
I know.
That's news to me.
I mean, fair.
But a charity skin kind of like that happening to something to do with charity does suck.
Yeah.
I thought Overwatch is just hanging on out of pure spite and nothing else.
So the last thing I have here is about Elden Ring DLC, because Erdtree is out, and so many fucking people, so many reviewers who were given step-by-step guides on like, hey, here's some powerful items, here's the things you need to do to like get to the Erdtree DLC, are like game too hard, which I think every gaming news site should have a designated like FromSoft player, have somebody who's like likes this shit and plays this shit. It's capable of doing anything other than shooting themselves in the foot. Fucking fair. Yeah, so you wanted to dunk on the fucking reviewer?
This is coming from someone who's never played Elden Ring, so go ahead and hate me. I'm easily hateable anyway. It's just really fucking funny that they don't have like a designated Elden Ring person, although coming from a lot of people who have played it now that I've seen on Twitter, like Coney and a couple other people, even Asmongold, they're mostly like kind of complaining about the difficulty, but I don't know what the window for review is. So in the journalist defense, before I start hating on them, it probably is like a very long DLC because it takes a lot to learn the bosses, it takes a lot to learn how to get there, it takes a lot to learn your build, so in their defense. However, against their defense, they were given a full guide to play the DLC with, so stuff that they should go get, stuff that'll help them beat this boss, that boss, whatever. All gaming journalists, which is just that those two words together is just a joke in itself, but yeah, they couldn't fucking beat it. They couldn't beat the Elden Ring DLC, and it's really fucking funny to me.
So
surely somebody in the office really likes Dark Souls enough to be able to actually play it, but nah.
I was in a Discord call literally last night. I was in VC with some friends, and 3 of our friends have been playing Elden Ring, getting into the DLC. Like, they started new saves just for the DLC. They're like, I want to try this build, playing through the game, getting to the DLC, and all I've heard from them, these are friends of mine who are like FromSoft fans through and through. Like, friends who have played every FromSoft game, you know, or at least all the ones that are this style. Like, probably not Armored Core, but they've played, you know, original Demon Souls, the Demon Souls remake, the Dark Souls game, Bloodborne, Sekiro. Like, they've played all of them. And even they're like, this is some bullshit. Like,
there's a lot of like content creators that are being like, wait, this is something else. Mm-hmm. And I do understand, in the vein of Elden Ring, this is what you should be expecting. But
hey, thank you, Nightbot. Speaking of taking care of yourself, I need to go to the bathroom. Bad time to like just to cut that short, but I need to go to the bathroom.
It's okay, I can ramble about Nintendo for a second.
Yeah, find something to talk about, and then maybe we can get into the the announcements and stuff.
I still have like 2 tabs.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll be right back.
Okay. So the first one I'll talk about, because I can't really talk too much about the developer, because I don't really know Alone in the Dark. So Silver can probably fill y'all on that when they get back. Is the Alone in the Dark developer Pieces Interactive has been shut down by the Embracer Group after the game failed to meet expectations. So, what else is fucking new? Am I right? A gaming conglomerate closed the studio because it didn't make enough. So do with that what you will. Silver can fill you in more on the details of that developer, because I don't know much about them, because I am weeb. Speaking of weeb, we have Nintendo, where we say Nintendo hates fans a lot, which is probably true. You know what I mean? Like, the whole emulation thing, they're not technically in the wrong for it, but we still hate it. There's the whole give us the games that we want, or like port these games, and instead they like I'm okay with them remaking Thousand Year Door, because Vivian got also Happy Pride everyone. Vivian got the recognition that she deserves, and she's legally in the game trans, and even Nintendo says we want our games to be for everyone, and when we say everyone we mean everyone. So they are probably one of the more inclusive parts of Japan, let alone the gaming industry. So people are like, how is Nintendo still dog walking with the rest of the gaming industry with a 7-year-old Android tablet? Part of the reasons is they don't treat their employees and developers like shit. When the Wii U did terribly, a lot of us remember that the CEOs and the higher-ups cut their salaries so that they didn't have to lay people off. Here we have a couple headers from articles. Xenoblade developer Monolith Soft employees receive pay increase. Which, especially in the West, when a sub-studio does good, all they get is a pat on the back and the chance to make another game. Over here, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was basically done last year. Extra time was spent on polish. So, although we do have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as a sort of... Pokemon has a lot less flexibility because of just the Pokemon industry in general, and the fact they sell toys, they sell cards, they sell this, they sell that, right? It's the biggest fucking franchise in the world. So in the Pokemon Company's defense, they have that, but still really shitty. Pokemon Company is kind of alongside Nintendo, I would say, owned by Nintendo, but alongside Nintendo, right? So they still work on their own shit. But Zelda had all of the fucking time in the world to finish its polish. Animal Crossing New Horizons was delayed to avoid crunch. And Super Mario Bros. Wonder had no deadline during its prototype phase, which resulted in some wonderful ideas. And so, Nintendo Life is a pretty decent... Oh, welcome back. Nintendo Life is a pretty decent, if you want, your Nintendo news and all that stuff, is a pretty decent website to get a lot of that stuff from. But yeah, this is all, Nintendo is a good company for itself. Again, not anti-consumer, but anti-preservation. But yeah. They take care of the people that are making their fucking title gold standard games. And then, out of all the things that were getting produced, they don't really miss. Even if some people didn't let's say Princess Peach Showtime as much as other Mario vein games, it was still very charming, it still has its niche, and it was still, for what it is, a very good production. Again, we're living on Scarlet and Violet. There's Mario Wonder, which is another one that's like that, Tears of the Kingdom, everybody fucking loved it and sunk hours on it. Mm-hmm. The people that didn't sink hours into it are probably the ones where it's just it's Breath of the Wild with crafting. And understandable, right? But at the same time, you also have Breath of the Wild.
I never even really played Breath of the Wild, if I'm being honest. Maybe I will play through those.
It's like Skyrim, but empty is the problem, is the impression that I got from it, which is why I haven't played it, but also I have the Zelda curse, which we're not going to get into.
I really I really like the Zelda games that I've played. I'm really like hit and miss on Zelda, if I'm being honest. Like if a Zelda game doesn't catch me right away, I just don't play it. And the big turnoff for me for Breath of the Wild was item degradation. As you use your sword can break, and that is like my least favorite
It's got the
thing.
Master Sword.
But like
And the thing is, there's also like an abundance of weapons in the game anyway, so like once you get to a specific point, it really doesn't matter.
I guess, but like that is like the biggest turnoff for me in like any
Didn't they turn
game.
that off for Tears of the Kingdom? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Didn't they get rid of that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But still,
Even though I watched Sam play it a lot, I don't know.
The Master Sword, getting the Master Sword in that game requires like a certain amount of heart containers. Like you have, like as you're pulling the sword out, it's like depleting your health, so you can just die if you try to get the Master Sword too early.
Yeah.
Degradation is still in Tears of the Kingdom. Boo.
Oh, okay.
Boo.
But at the same time, like, you know, like, there's something that people aren't going to like about every game, but a majority of the games that Nintendo has put this effort into as, like, these huge fucking titles have come out very well done and very polished. We're not talking about Pokemon right now, by the way. We've got Pikmin 4, where it looked very cute. It looked like exactly what you want from a Pikmin game, even if it didn't look the most refreshing thing, because it's the same thing again and again kind of thing. You know, there's only so much different you can do. Yeah. It's still more puzzles. You know, if like I've played the other three, I haven't, but I've played the other three Pikmins. I want new Pikmin puzzles. Look, I got new Pikmin puzzles. Right? You know what I mean? They've also got another, like, Link's Awakening, Echoes something or whatever. We're gonna talk about all the directs soon.
Yeah,
but that one also, like, people are hyped up about this, hyped up about that. Like, they do put effort into their employees, they put effort into their games, they put the time into their games. Like, they just, as a company, work very, very well for at least themselves, and that's why we continue. That's why it's like, all you really need is a PC, and then a Nintendo console. Because a lot of exclusives are being ported onto PC now, but like, you know...
We did just
I'm not even trying to talk about, like, saying, oh, you know, Sony badge or whatever like that, you know what I mean? But it's just like, that's why, like, your average household will be like, you know, PC and Nintendo console, because you can get almost everything you need that way.
Almost.
Yeah.
Not for me. I need my PlayStation. It's an addiction. It's a problem. Yes, that's everything on my little note card. Are we ready to get into all the announcements?
Oh, yeah. Did you want to elaborate on Alone in the Dark developer? A little bit before we moved on? I just wanted to do that as a precursor to, like, you know, company bad, company good.
The only thing really I can think of is, I didn't think we would be talking about Embracer Group anymore, because they're splitting up into, like, they're working on dissolving into those separate companies, so I thought, okay, cool.
Well, they gotta close a bunch of them before they do, apparently.
Yeah. But, Pieces Interactive was the name of the company, I think, and I looked them up. They haven't really made anything I've played. Like, I haven't played the new Alone in the Dark, and they made some other stuff I just haven't really even heard of. But, yeah, so I actually have this set up. Ta-da! We can now scroll through all of these tabs, and so this was, I
have the Nintendo one open, and I'm willing to get excited about that one if you want to do the other ones that I haven't watched because I forgot.
Yeah, sure. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4,
like,
5, 6, 7, 8.
I'll be the peanut gallery.
I have 9 tabs open for 9 different showcases.
Here we go.
So let's get into it, I guess. So this was Sony's State of Play was
Monster Hunter Wilds. Is that Wilds? I see Wilds. Sorry.
So this was late last month. Yeah, updated May 30th. This just happened like after we did last month's thing, so this can just start all of the announcements. So we just had Summer Game Fest, which is basically gamer Christmas in the summer. It's
Christmas in June.
Yeah, so this includes the State of Play, Summer Game Fest, Day of Developers, Devolver Digital, the Wholesome Direct, Xbox Showcase, Nintendo Direct, and then there's some other ones that I have open of that's not showing me like the full title. Everything showed off at ... like I can't see, but these were all separate showcases. The only one not included here is there's a couple that aren't included here. OTK is not gonna be included. I couldn't find a good comprehensive list of things that were included at OTK. And even still, a lot
What's
of
OTK again?
I don't even remember what it stands for, if I'm being honest. But that was a nice little showcase of I watched it. I watched all these, and OTK was a nice little palette cleanser of a bunch of indie things, but a lot of it was gameplay based. So it was basically like, here are a bunch of games that we already knew about, but now they're in a playable stage for like independent developers. And that was hosted by Asmongold, actually.
I found a mega thread. Oh, that's 2 years ago. Never mind.
Yeah, see, like every time I tried to look up stuff for OTK, there was another one too. There was a couple that I tried to look up, and it only gave me like comprehensive lists of here's everything showed off for OTK 2023, and it's like, we just had one. Where's the new one? So we can just like shuffle through. Yeah, so
Asmongold is kind of proof you can shoot yourself in the foot a little bit and still have a platform.
Yeah.
Because he's not really inherently a bad guy, but he said a lot of, like, dumb things.
Mm-hmm.
In support of, like, I don't know, like... Because, like, he makes a point, but he just doesn't words it right, so it sounds really bad is what it is with him.
So, the first one we have is Concord, which is Sony's new big... This is supposed to be Sony's answer to Overwatch. Now that the people who make Overwatch are owned by Xbox, Concord is Sony's answer to Overwatch. It is a 5v5 multiplayer shooter. It's a hero shooter. I'm not like, who cares? Honestly, at this point, who fucking cares? I think this one is actually out. I've been no, I'm sorry, August 23rd. I am not excited for this. They're trying to get people excited for this. This is yet another, like... It's not quite the same as live service, even though it is, like, online only in that vein. But, like, if you're excited for... If you like hero shooters and you play PC PS5, there's something for you to get excited about. We can just real quick... fucking... Mute. I said mute. We can just... Is there any gameplay featured here? Is there any gameplay featured here? It looks like every other fucking... It doesn't even look as colorful as Overwatch. Who cares?
Like, we have Valorant. We don't need more Overwatch.
Yeah, God of War...
You don't even need an answer to Overwatch. Overwatch isn't good anymore.
I liked Overwatch when it dropped. I played Overwatch the first couple of years that it was out, but...
Yeah, I mean, I played it with people when other people were playing. I would play it too, but I didn't really play it alone very often, and all I could really play was Lucio.
Dude,
every time I tried to use Pharah's ult, I would get shot out of the sky.
Lucio was my first... Lucio was my first character in Overwatch 1. I'm like... By the end of it, I would consider myself a D.Va main, which I don't know what that says about me. I just like the way D.Va, Soldier, and fuck.
Hey.
It's been so long. There's a third one that I played, but
Reinhardt.
Reinhardt, that was it. Okay. Fucking
you're a tanker.
Yeah. Which it's because I'm bad at video games, so I wanted the characters with the most health.
I wasn't bad. I was better at Tracer in Heroes of the Storm than I was in Overwatch, if that. I was like on the phone and I got 27 kills, 0 deaths, one game.
You feel like a Hammond player? I did not play. I think I may have played maybe 2 matches when Hammond was out. I stopped playing around the time they were releasing deal. I played when Ana was released. I played when Doomfist was released. I'm going in my
Every
head.
time I see him not called Wrecking Ball, I'm just like, Hammond! Because Top Gear. Sorry.
Yeah. But no, like Wrecking Ball, I don't. Yeah, no, didn't really play a lot of Wrecking Ball. But
Doomfister!
I
Or Widowfister.
I liked Overwatch 1, and I agree so much with Risen. Like, it was so good, but there were some DLC characters, some post-launch characters that they released that I just did not. They reworked Mercy, and that's why I started playing again. I wanted to see the Mercy rework, and I was like, yeah, no, this is bad. Anyway, God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC. I don't know if it's going to be a good port. It's really hit and miss if it's going to be a good port. They're probably going to have to patch it a bunch. But the Norse God of War games are so fucking good. I'm asking people... It's always a good thing when a game gets ported, in my opinion. More people get the opportunity to play the games that people work so passionately on. God of War Ragnarok is... I've said it a couple times. Possibly could be my favorite game ever. The story made me cry. It was like 3 a.m. some random Tuesday when I platinumed it. I had nothing going on in my life. It was sad. But I platinumed the game and I was just... Oh. I cried. God of War Ragnarok is so good. If you can play the 2 Norse games, 2018, and then God of War Ragnarok, please do. Please do. Dynasty Warriors Origins. This is just a soft reboot of Dynasty Warriors, which, sure, if you like
Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 where? Also, God of War looks my style, it's just really hard for me to get into because, again, I don't have a gay station.
God of War 2018 is on,
yeah, but I don't have to buy it, which is...
That's fair.
I might.
What I do is I wish list like tons of games that I'd be interested in, and then I'll just wait for the email from Steam being like, this game that you have wish listed is on sale. Yeah. I don't even check the wish list, but
Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5 is on sale right now for a pretty decent price.
Do it.
Canadian, and I can't. I have $7.
Oh.
And rent is coming up, so I'm not going to have any money until it's off sale. So I can't. Like, I haven't been able to buy... I think the shit was on sale, I haven't been able to buy it. Like, I've been, like, really kind of fucked since Anime North, so it's unfortunate.
Ooh, yeah.
Unfortunate. I'll just wait for fall sale.
No, I spent, like, all the money that I had, I've been putting towards... luckily, I still have some savings, but I dug into my savings. I've been working on... okay, that's not coming into frame, but I've been working on, like, upgrading my actual setup. Like, putting money back into this. And, yeah, it's not going to want to come into frame. But today, I will be getting the last piece needed to get a 3rd monitor set up.
You know what you could also do, too? If, like, I don't know, I guess at this point, if you want to force, is you could get one of those, like, sort of mini tablet-sized screens and just kind of put it in between your 2 monitors. Because, like, mine's kind of like this. So if I wanted a 3rd one, I could put it, like, right here at the bottom between, and that's where I could put my chat. So I have, I don't know, let's say OBS here, video game here.
Mine's kind of
doing chat thing.
Mine's kind of doing this cascading effect of, like, my main monitor flat with the wall, and then my second monitor is, like, at a little bit of an angle, and the new one, which is above it, is at, like, a more of an angle, so it's kind of curving around me. So luckily, I'm, like, able to still see everything pretty well. Yeah, once it's actually set up, which should be by tonight, I'll take a picture of it and post it in the Discord with my
Yeah, I don't have the space for that.
Yeah. I'm so mad because I had to drill into my desk.
No.
I got one of those, like, articulated arm things. It's got, like, 2 arms on it, so I can have, like, my 2 monitors kind of set up above and below each other.
Fancy.
But it had it came with, like, these big clamp things where it was like, if you need, like, this much space on like the backside of your desk and then you can clamp down. I have a drawer right here. I don't have that kind of clearance. So I had to drill into the desk to mount it. But luckily I got it like I fucking like nailed it in one, measure twice, cut once. I still like it's not impeding the drawer in any way. It's like flush with the back of my desk, so my desk still fits against the wall. Like, it's like perfectly there. But
handy man.
Yeah, I have so many tools. I don't come off as somebody that is like I do all my own car work. I do all of my own shit around the house. Like I built shelves and put them up here for the fucking Skylanders.
I mean, a lot of that could be really good for doing what's the word for when you're building the set? What's that? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like when you build like the fucking tree that.
Yeah, and I mean like it's not it's handy. Like it's a good thing to have, but it's one of those things of like I don't. There's a non 0% chance. There is a world where I became a carpenter. I personally, as a human being, I don't want to do that.
Ginger Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to.
So yeah. Dynasty Warriors Origins, if people are fucking interested in that.
If you like Musa. I'm still waiting for Gundam to be ported. Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 where? I need the run back with Yamato.
I mean, I
need to get the Ultimate Destiny Gundam parts.
It seems like it's more on like the
Strike Freedom.
It seems like it's more on the company that is licensing to reach out
Bandai
to
Namco?
them. Yeah, to reach out to them to be like, we want to do another one because we got like we got 2 Fire Emblem Warrior games, 3 Fire Emblem Warriors, and then 3 Hopes, which is like a sequel to 3 Houses.
Yeah, and then there's the Zoraldo ones as well. There's the prequel to Breath of the Wild, and there's
the fuck was
the Warriors one.
Hang on, I don't remember what the fuck Infinite Nikki was. Open.
Oh, I think I heard of this. It's
open world RPG. Infinity Nikki is getting a beta. I mean,
the Nikki games, from what I remember, are kind of like dress-up games on the phone. But this looks really, I don't know. Like, you can dress up and be pretty, but also you can fight shit. Cool. I'm down for that.
It's so weird, 'cause, like, this feels like... Maybe I heard, like, open world RPG and then my brain tuned out. Because, like, looking at it, I'm like, okay, I can see the appeal. I can see where I would be into this.
Shining Nikki is, like, dress-up, next-gen dress-up game, and this looks like the exact same, like, art style. Yeah, Infinity Nikki is, adjacent to Shining Nikki, which is just a dress-up game on, like, your phone.
Wild. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Like, that's... Oh, former Zelda director Kentaro Tominaga. Interesting.
I would play that if it's on PC.
It's getting a beta test later this
because you don't need to dress up to beat the Demon Lord. Like, come on now.
Exactly. Kick ass and look good doing it.
Exactly.
Where winds meet. So this is a game that is already out, and it's just getting a fucking why every time?
Probably because it's not YouTube.
This looks like every other like looking at this gameplay. This is for your Soulsborne, your Souls-like enjoyers.
Things can be like hack and slash without being Souls, and I'm kind of upset that like every hack and slash was becoming Souls. It doesn't have to be Souls.
This is for somebody, not for me.
I know.
Ballad of Antara. Can I just please... Why do you not want to scroll when I want to mute you, anyway? Oh look, this looks so fucking similar to me.
It looks like that Horizon game.
No, Horizon has, like, robots.
Oh. but Horizon looks like it's like Horizon Zero. What is it?
Horizon Zero Dawn, yeah. Yeah, so
she looks like a hunter girl from like the Amazon.
Yes, that's the point of the game. Humanity has already been like civilization has already been destroyed from a robot uprising, and it's about civilization starting over. So there's robots, like robot dinosaurs wandering the world, and she is a hunter-gatherer for her, like, small tribe of people.
This just proves my AI point. I've seen it before. Stop.
Amazons and barbarians hunting robo-dinos. Yeah, and I, like...
A rock!
Yeah.
But robots.
Oh boy, this is not a good...
VR game.
It's a VR game, but that is not a vote of confidence. The Saints and Sinners, so the only good Walking Dead games were the Telltale ones, and it's basically wait, Skydance? They make movies. What the fuck? Skydance makes movies. I don't know.
Apparently they make games now.
The one that fucking, we'll get to it later, but there was a movie company that announced this year that they're getting into games, and they announced, like, here's our first suite of games coming out. It does not breed confidence within me. Alien, yeah, Alien games have been really hit and miss. It's coming to PSVR 2, so that'll be, like, a good spooky game for good spooky time. I scrolled past it. You can come back. I scrolled past it.
No.
Marvel Rivals, which is another
this is
fucking...
going to be great.
This is yet another hero shooter from PlayStation. The only thing I'm really excited about is the costuming. Like, this Spider-Man suit, I think goes fucking hard. I love this Spider-Man suit. This Magneto design, that looks so cool. Storm looks fucking awesome in this game.
The
but,
art
like,
can be good, but the game's still bad.
It's just Overwatch, but Marvel. It's just Overwatch, but Marvel. No, I'm sorry. They have destructible environments. That's a cool thing. You can destroy buildings in matches.
Noida?
But, like...
Add Noida to your list. I want to see what happens.
Noida? Add what?
Add Noida to your list. I'm going to post it in your catalog.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Continue.
Thought Saints and Sinners did good on VR. That's an interesting caveat, Arrow. Good for VR, because VR games are already... The bar is kind of in a weird spot, because sometimes...
You need space for that, first of all.
Well, sometimes, like, what makes a good VR game is a lower bar than just what makes a good game. Because a lot of times it's about the experience of in VR.
I mean, is it... Oh, close. It's not even out yet, so I mean, all the good things could probably... I don't know.
It's one of those...
Gotta wait for the population to get it.
Yeah, like, And that's the caveat. For everything announced at Summer Games Fest or around Summer Game Fest, it comes with the caveat of, let's wait to hear, like, reviews. Instead of, like, early access, like, only media outlets are getting review copies or something, or it's in a closed beta, early access. Like, let's wait until the like, consensus of the masses is out there. Let's wait to hear reviews from people. Like, I'll wait until, like, my friend plays it, and I'll wait to hear what they have to say if they enjoy it, kind of a thing. So, I like Marvel. That's the thing. MCU is garbage now. The MCU has been trash for so many years now, but I will always enjoy comic books. I will always enjoy DC, and...
At least Miles is going well.
Yeah, like, Miles Morales is getting so much deserved attention, but, like, even, like, Dark Horse...
Can I talk about it yet? No?
Talk about what?
Miles, the last movie that I saw.
Oh, Across the Spider-Verse?
Yeah, the
Go ahead. It's been out for
There's a fucking cliffhanger, and I'm like, no, you can't do this to me.
I mean, a lot of people were pissed about the cliffhanger. When the movie was first announced, it was labeled as Across the Spider-Verse Part 1. Like, they were gonna do... They said we're gonna do a trilogy. when the second one was announced, they said we're going to be doing a trilogy. This is the second one in what is now a trilogy. But then it got renamed just to Across the Spider-Verse, and the third one is now Beyond the Spider-Verse. So I don't know what that means, but like I figured it was
It means more creative titling than triangle strategy.
Man, I wanted to
They could have pulled a triangle strategy with it.
I wanted to like get into triangle strategy because it's by the people who did Octopath Traveler. I liked Octopath Traveler. Haven't played the second one. Yeah, no, I
will type up better naming for all of them as you continue talking. Don't worry.
I'm still in this. I'm in the same boat as you, Arrow. Like it looks good. The costumes look good. The art direction looks good. Like it looks Overwatch. It looks like an answer to Overwatch, but like okay, like I'll wait to hear. I'll wait to hear about it. Until Dawn remake. Until Dawn remake. I think Until Dawn is also getting a TV show.
What is Until Dawn again?
Until Dawn is by Supermassive, and it's one of those games where like your choices matter. You play as individual characters walking around doing the one in
it's like the horror ones. What are those horror ones? There's like a series.
The Dark Picture Anthology, because that's by the that's by the same company. Until Dawn is what they made before the Dark Picture Anthology. Who asked for an Until Dawn remake? Why do you need a damn remake? Exactly! Oh my god. I think it's getting a TV show too. I don't know. Path of Exile 2. For people who wanted Path of Exile 2. Because a lot of people like Path of Exile. First one is still...
I mean, it's... At this point, it's better Diablo. Because, like... Not isolated worlds. I'm gonna play... If I want to play a Diablo, like, I'm gonna play Path of Exile.
We got some gameplay for Silent Hill 2, which... Bloober Team makes the most okay horror games. I'll wait for reviews on this one. I'll wait to hear the consensus from people, but I might be interested in this one. I never really fucked around with the Silent Hill games, but I like watching other people play them.
I'm gonna wait for Joe to talk about it, because I feel like... Then again, he doesn't like Silent Hill 4, so I don't know.
Well, Silent Hill 4 is a really contentious one anyway, because that's Silent Hill The Room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's already like a contentious one.
Yeah. I'm just gonna, because like I'm not really gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna see it anywhere else, so I'm gonna just wait until like Joe shows up.
We got
more like first stream in 6 months to play it.
We got more shit for Monster Hunter Wilds. If people
I probably won't play it, but I like it. I can also look at it myself after the trailer. Ooh, monsters!
Yeah, I mean...
More monsters!
Yeah, Tongue Boy.
Hell yeah.
Tongue. We got the Slurpy Frog Boy. Hell yeah.
I'd let him lick my insect glaive.
I've played, like, 4 hours of Monster Hunter World with friends. Monster Hunter is a game I would not play by myself. It's weird, like... It
gets to a point where it's like, really hard to play by yourself. Especially once you get into high rank. Like, you can pretty much do normal rank by yourself, but then once you get into, like, high rank, you gotta start teaming up a little bit, at least. At least a little. Especially if you're trying to get, like, oh fuck, what are they called? Elder Dragon stuff. Like, there's no way somebody can solo Gogmazios. I miss Gogmazios!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Monster Hunter 4U end boss. That was really cool and really fun, and basically giant tar dragon, and I loved that fight. And I hope they bring it back.
We'll find out. Next thing that they showed off was new Astrobot. God, I'm so excited. Astrobot is a little mascot character that Sony introduced in the PS4 era. But it was really just more of a tech demo to be like, oh, here's like things that the controller can do. Here's the touchpad stuff. with Astrobot are people who've canonically murdered? Yeah!
So this is just the new Sackboy?
Yes and no.
Well, it's not like you can
because like
rate levels apparently.
because like
Doesn't look like it.
well, because like Sackboy had his own game on the PS5 already, Sackboy's Big Adventure, which was more of a 3D platformer than a side scroller, like Little Big Planet. Because the company that made Little Big Planet moved on to an actual like game creation engine called Dreams. Yeah, it was Dreams was a program for PlayStation where you could make your own games, and they shut down the servers for that either earlier this year or late last year. I mean, it was up for 6 years or something, but digressing. When the PS5 launched, free on the PlayStation was Astrobot's Playroom, I think, or Astro's Big Adventure was a VR game. Basically, like, every time Astro has been given a game, it's just a tech demo to be like, oh, here's how the VR works, and it'll be like a little 4-hour game, which is nice, like a little free 4-hour experience. But
so
like,
now they're giving him a world?
Yeah, now they're giving him a full-fledged game. This is not like a tech demo that's free on PlayStation. This will be probably a full-priced release, but he was a popular enough...
What?
He was a popular enough character to be given like his own game, and I'm so excited for it. Cause like it's just so cute and wonderful. And I just want more good things in the world. And that's it, I think, for Sony State of Play. So I'm excited for a few of these. Oh yeah, no, the demo, Astro's Playroom on the PS5, like that's a solid game. Like I had fun with that one, but I'm excited for a lot of the things shown off here. But I also don't care about half of them. That's how I'll word it. Oh, and there's... Let's get some ads out of here. Okay. So yeah, that's Sony State of Play. Summer Game Fest. So this was the big one. This was Jeff Keighley's...
Before we get into it, I want to go into the whole, it seems like a light year for games, and then there's just the people who are quote retweeting it in all caps is, why is it such a light year for games, Geoff? Why? Yes. I wonder why.
Now, to be fair, he did take... I did want to talk a bit about that too before we get into the announcements. Jeff Keighley put up on Twitter, like, what are some things I should talk about at Summer Game Fest? What are some things you guys want to... And he did touch on it briefly. Before we got into all of the games that were announced, he did say, it's like, we got some great games to show you, but these great games would not be possible without developers. And the last year has been really hard for developers.
You mean the developers he shoved off stage in place of advertisements?
He did specifically bring up,
Wrap it up.
Studio closures. He brought up, like, mass layoffs from major companies. Like, it's impressive that he even did it, but I mean, at the same time, he touched on it for like a second. Like, basically, what I just did was what he just did. He was like, we real quickly, this is a bad thing that's happening. On to... Give me my commercials.
I mean, to be fair, I do admit that, like, that was the only reason I used to watch it, so it's just like, new games? Because usually the top games are games that I'm not usually going to play anyway, outside of, like, Final Fantasy. But, so it's, like, usually not, like, a fest for me. Like, I'd rather watch, like, Tokyo Game Fest, but that's just for me, right? But it's... especially, like, since I started doing this, I've always cared about the developers and stuff like that, which is why a lot of the games I used to pirate when I was super broke, like, super broke, I've bought again on Steam. Like, I've already played through all of Neptunia 1, I bought it. I've been buying a lot of visual novels that I've already played because I had pirated them. Now that I can, but especially since I've been doing this with Silver, I've like seen a lot more of like the dev sphere and come to care a lot more. But I guess there's a lot more shit going on after COVID than there used to.
And
No, there was the whole Blizz lawsuit shit too.
Yeah, so the reason I think we may have brought this up last month. The reason why things are getting so bad now is because when COVID hit, gaming reached an all-time high in sales. So a lot of companies started, like Xbox started buying up a bunch of companies. People started expanding because they were really
alongside Twitch streaming, I will say.
Yeah. But everybody was being really short-sighted about this with like, oh my god, we're doing so well because of COVID. And so like they didn't see the correlation that people were home all of a sudden, so a lot of people had a lot more time for gaming. So now that the world is opened back up again, those
people
sales
gotta drive to work again.
Those sales are dipping. Those sales,
Fuck. This isn't gaming related, but there was a company, I don't know if it was Dell or something like that, where they're just like, no, you have to come back into the office now. It's either you have to come back into the office or like leave the company, and more than half the people left.
Good. Good.
I don't remember what fucking company.
Come back
it's not a gaming company, but like it was like a company.
I love the ones that are like, come back to the office for the culture, and it's like, this is the office culture, and it's like horrendous liminal space.
Yeah.
It's like horrendous liminal spaces and stuff.
It's also like worse than high school.
So the first thing
a lot of the time. Sorry.
All good. We just have a lot to get through. So the first thing shown off at Summer Game Fest was a combination of two things you don't care about, Mew.
Yeah.
Lego and Horizon.
Yeah.
This was big for a lot of people.
This was on Nintendo as well, so.
Yeah, so what's interesting is this is setting an interesting precedent because pretty much every Lego game up until this point has either been
franchise.
a standalone Lego thing, like Lego Island 2, like really early on, or there was like a Lego racing game last year, earlier this year, or a licensed, whether it's Lego,
Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings,
the Hobbit, Marvel, DC,
Batman, yeah.
There was Lego The Incredibles. There's all kinds of Lego games.
There's Lego Incredibles?
Yep, and there's a lot of unlockable characters that are other Pixar characters, like Woody, Lightning McQueen, Flick from Bug's Life. You can play as Luxo Jr.
Lightning McQueen in The Incredibles,
Yeah. You can play as Luxo Jr., who is the lamp. You can play as the Pixar lamp.
Oh my god, wait, no, that's good.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of... It's
fucking... My body's getting recognition.
It's honestly, like,
I didn't even know he had a name.
Yeah, Luxo Jr. Because the short that he's from is, I think, called Luxo Jr. And it's like the parent lamp and the baby lamp, and it's the baby lamp going around on the ball, the classic yellow ball with the star on it.
Yeah.
Should have been Lego Pixar. Yeah, they should have covered more than just like the two Incredibles movie, like Lego Pixar, where it's like it includes like a couple levels from Toy Story, a Lego Ratatouille level, like that would be fun. I digress.
Lego Ratatouille would be a lot easier because he could just like put onto the guy's head.
Yeah,
how Lego works. So then he wouldn't have to hold on to the hair and worry about falling off.
So Linguini was an unlockable character, like the human guy from Ratatouille was unlockable in Lego Incredibles, and his special ability was he would bring Remy out from his hat, and you could like use Remy to like go into like small and like hard to reach places.
Huh. It does sound like it's just Lego Pixar.
Yeah, but these are all of the other Lego Pixar characters that aren't from The Incredibles. You have to do like special side quests to unlock. It's just, they're not like naturally a part of the game.
Yeah.
You have to like do extra things to unlock them that like aren't even required for the story. But yeah, Lego Horizon is setting an interesting precedent because they're just showing they can make anything Lego. This is a pre-existing video game franchise already, and they're just making it. They're just doing Lego Horizon. This is
They
also
already make everything Lego though with the actual Lego sets.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that is fair. There are already Lego Horizon sets, and there's a new one coming out this year. But it's interesting because, like, does this mean, like, any video game... Could we get, like, Lego Halo? Could that just be a game that is now on the table?
Lego Gao.
Lego Sonic
God
and
of
Lego
War.
Dimensions? Yeah, Lego Dimensions was, like, kind of its own, like... Because that had, like, tons of, like, weird, specific...
That was
like...
hard to get the licensing for.
Yeah, but this is also an interesting precedent because this is the first Horizon game to come to a console that is not PlayStation. It is a PlayStation franchise that...
I thought they're putting them on PC.
I said console. I did specify console.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is a Sony first party series that I think at least the first one is on PlayStation. Or is on PC. It is on PlayStation. I think the first one is at least on PC, and maybe the second one is coming to PC. But this is the first.
No, not Log Horizon. Lego. No, not Lego.
Horizon Forbidden
West isn't that the second one?
Yeah, Forbidden West is the second one. I was wondering if that one was on PC.
Oh no, Zero Dawn is also.
Yeah, I knew the first one was on PC. Okay.
Because I just put HOR and Forbidden West is at the top, and then you have Forza, and then Ultimate Chicken Horse, and then Zero Dawn.
Alright. A new Quidditch game for Harry Potter fans that like the sport. This is probably for somebody, you know. I don't think this is going to sell as well as the other one.
It still kind of comes with the territory of the royalties. Oh, I think I heard something about something trying to buy Harry Potter out of her. Which would be good, which means you could buy these games if you care to without supporting Queen Turf. Because if they buy it out, the rights out from her, she doesn't have the rights to Harry Potter anymore.
I mean,
people who still...
Okay, so I literally just said it earlier in this stream, but in the 90s, she did sell the video game rights already. She doesn't...
Wait, she did sell the video game?
Yes! I mentioned that earlier. I mentioned it a couple times, and I mentioned it...
I thought she still got loyalties.
No, so, the royalties only come from literally everything else Harry Potter related. All the merchandise, all of the book sales, the movie stuff. But in the 90s to early 2000s, she did not see a future in games. She did not see it as like a viable anything. So in a single lump sum, she sold the video game rights to Warner Brothers in a single large lump sum. So the games are... It's one of those things where on paper... It is ethical to support the games because, you know, the games are made by different people. The games are, you know, the games are not her, but it still comes with the territory of you are bringing attention to this, and that could lead to, you know, people investing in other things that she does get royalties from. So that's kind of the gray area of, like, it's still within the franchise, but... You know, for the most part, like, it is also just a thing of, I'm not interested in this. I don't care about a Quidditch game. This will be for somebody.
It also doesn't look, I don't know, looking at that guy's face, the art style is not really for me either. It looks a little...
It looks like Disney Infinity. Like, it's such uncanny valley of, like, oh, that could be... That could be Daniel Radcliffe's Harry Potter. It could not be. I don't know. It's for somebody. What else we got? No More Room in Hell 2. This is for probably fans of the first.
I thought that was Lord of the Rings.
No, there is a Lord of the Rings.
Gollum?
There is a Lord of the Rings game to talk about, but it's not this one. This is some kind of zombie. Shooter zombie gameplay. First-person shooter zombie gameplay in early access this Halloween. This is for somebody.
But is it live service?
8-player co-op.
So is this gonna be Left 4 Dead-ish? kind of thing.
Are you 17 or older? Yes.
I'd hope so.
No, I've actually been 14 this whole time with a full beard.
Okay, that's still Twitch legal, I guess. You can't. People can grow facial hair at 14.
Massive replayable map. So it's like one big 8-player co-op map. Survival horror. That's alright.
Yeah,
That's
it
for
gives
somebody.
me more Left 4 Dead vibes than Black Ops.
New Stars War game by Ubisoft, so it's gonna play like every other Ubisoft game.
It costs $130.
Yep. Well, the deluxe edition is gonna cost $130. Hey, Fox. I didn't start growing facial hair until I was 17.
Like a true Viking.
I don't have the.
Swedes are Vikings, right? Swedish was Vikings too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, of course they were.
Yeah. The sweet.
I just don't remember if Sweden was on the ocean or not. Because I'm bad at geology. Geology and geography.
So yeah, this is. I saw something. People were getting excited for new Star Wars game. People are getting their hopes up. It's gonna play like every other Ubisoft game. We know it is. It's just gonna be
Climb up to the tower to unlock the map.
Civ 7 for Civ fans. They actually had Sid Meier like show up and be like, I'm so excited.
He's a real guy.
Yeah. Let's see if they have him. Okay, they don't have him at the beginning of this bit, but maybe they have his bit at the end. No. Yeah, no. They had
probably just a game thing that they put here.
Yeah. But they had Sid Meier at the beginning and to be like, or they had him at the end of the trailer to be like, yeah, we're doing Civ 7. I'm really excited about it. There have been some great innovations to, the gameplay and stuff, and I'm really excited. Dragon Ball for Dragon Ball fans. It's more Dragon Ball doing what Dragon Ball does. That's cool. Batman Arkham Shadow. This is a VR Arkham game.
Civilization 3 is available on Steam, but Civ 2 is not, which is really sad.
He's alive. I figured it'd be like Tom Clancy games. No, so Tom Clancy games are based on books by a dead guy. But no, Sid Meier. That's why it's like Peter Molyneux.
You've gotta be old as hell though, because like Civilization 2 is like Windows 95.
Yeah,
98.
Yeah, I mean he's an older guy, but I mean like so is Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima just turned 60 last year or something.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no, that makes sense. Ness. He doesn't look that old. At least all the images I see of him do not look that old.
Yeah, no, he's holding up great. This I'm concerned about because this is labeled as an Arkham game. This is not by the company that does Arkham games. It's
VR.
It's a VR game. Yeah,
It doesn't bode well.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well. I feel like Warner Brothers is maybe trying to get some good grace back after Suicide Squad. Street Fighter 6 got some DLC coming out for that. They're adding Terry from Fatal Fury. They're putting M. Bison in the game. I love how M. Bison looks. Like, this is how he looks. I don't know what...
Yes.
I don't know the story of Street Fighter 5. I don't know what happened to him. I fucking love this design for M. Bison.
Wait, Street Fighter has a story?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it does have a story. Arkham Shadow?
Arkham Shadow. It's a new VR game. Not by Rocksteady. In other words, Blair, don't worry about it. This is gonna be bad. It's gonna besmirch the name of Arkham.
We don't have space for VR.
What possessed these people to make another Arkham VR game? Like, what the fuck? Didn't money.
Didn't they just port the old ones, though? Which is kind of fine? Or was there an exclusively VR?
There was a... I think it was just labeled Arkham VR. But there was already
an ad, yeah.
So this is the one that I was concerned about. Blumhouse is opening up a gaming division. So, Blumhouse is a horror movie company that markets itself on we find independent creators good to make the freakiest shit possible. they specifically market themselves to be like, we want people to push the genre of horror, do the freakiest, weirdest shit possible. The issue with that is there is no oversight from experienced filmmakers in the sense that, look, I always feel bad saying it because
Wasn't Megan like? What was Megan? Was that like the horror personification of a ghost screaming its Britney bitch instead of old-timey things?
No, that Megan was living doll. Megan was a little living doll.
So Chucky. So just like New Age Chucky.
New Age Chucky. Blumhouse makes movies on a budget too, though the FNAF movie was an exception. Yeah, like the FNAF movie was like the biggest budget. Yeah, so I feel bad saying it because I've worked on film. I know how hard it is to work on film. Blumhouse makes like, at best, like C+ movies. Every now and then there might be like a diamond in the rough where it's like, oh, I actually enjoyed that. I wouldn't say it's good, but that was fine. So when Blumhouse said, we're gonna make games, I'm like, oh boy, Blumhouse, tell me more. And instead of like, we are working with this team to make a game, they're like, we have like 6 games that are coming out, and it's like a shotgun blast. I will say, they are all visually pretty distinct. They all do look different. But I'm not excited for any of them. And they're all gonna be horror games, because that's just what Blumhouse does. It's 6 different horror games that they're working on. But I am not holding out hope. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for Power Rangers fans, not me.
Ayo.
I think it's by the same people that did the TMNT game. Like, there's a TMNT brawler from like last year that did really well. I think it's by the same people, so that'll probably be good at the very least. Mecha Break. This looks cool as fuck. Cause
not Gundam?
Not Gundam, but robots are cool as fuck. Look at this.
That looks so Zaku. That head looks so Zaku.
It looks so cool as fuck. I love robots. I love giant robots that just fucking fight. Gundam is so cool, and this is just not Gundam. First Descendant. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm being honest. Mute. Get out of here.
What? Okay, bye.
Huh?
Did you say Mew, get out of here?
No, what?
I thought you said told me to get out of here.
No, I said mute. M-U-T-E. I said M-U-T-E because I wanted...
Turn off the camera, but I didn't want to fuck up your whole setup.
No. I did not. Okay. But also, that would be so out of pocket. Why would I say that?
Because it'd be funny.
No, what?
What do you think I say anything that I say?
Fair. So yeah, this is... I don't know what the fuck the First Descendant is supposed to be.
No, I could just take my headphones off and just leave the fucking room.
Alan Wake 2 got new DLC, starring the main woman from Control, the main guy from Quantum Break, and...
Oh, so they're gonna make it...
Yeah, so I have not played Alan Wake 2 yet, so I'm not gonna play the Night Springs DLC that just came out. But in Alan Wake 1, there was a waitress character, and this DLC has 3 parts to it. It's like a 3-episode DLC. First episode is about that waitress woman, you play as her. Second episode is about the main guy from Quantum Break, so I might have to play that at some point. And the third one is about Jesse, the main character from Control, which I liked. Control was fine.
Yeah, Control's the only one I'd ever really seen anything about, but I also knew somebody who used to speedrun it, so...
Yeah, so...
Going back to the DLC topic for a little bit, I just want to also bring up, backtracking to Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Elden Ring is proof that you can have a full, robust, actual full game that's like a full game, and like legitimately a full fucking game, and then have a studio be like, we want to make more for this game, so we're gonna release DLC, instead of... I'm gonna go out and use the biggest example, Final Fantasy 15. where it's just like, we're gonna have all pieces of the story be pieces of DLC and not complete this game. You know what I mean? Which just seems to be the generic
I
fucking
actually
thing.
don't know
So
what you
Elden
mean.
Ring is...
I've not played Final Fantasy 15. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, okay, well... It's... Okay, so there's, like, different viewpoints from different characters is all I'll say. And those make up the whole story, but they didn't even get to finish those because the studio got closed, and that was basically their plan, was to release game, and then make episode Gladio, episode Ignis, episode Noctis, which never got made. All those episode things, yeah, that was the initial plan for the game, and that's basically how a lot of games these days operate, is we're gonna make this much of the game, and then release it, and then finish it off with the DLC when they could just...
I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 has only had, like, free updates, and all of them are just additional things. It's like, Baldur's Gate 3 is a complete game.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like Elden Ring is a good example of a complete game that's just like, you know what, we're gonna make more for this game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Instead of, we're gonna release half of this game and make you pay for the other half.
Skate, for Skate fans. Alright, looking at the time, it's 4 o'clock here. I'm probably just gonna start, like, shotgunning this more. Like, we'll get to the ones that we're excited for. How about that? We'll talk about...
Yeah, I mean...
Valorant, don't care. The Among Us show, maybe. Dune.
I thought that there wasn't really... There's a Dune game?
Yeah, there's gonna be a Dune game. Don't care. I mean, it...
The movie's good?
I like the Dune... I liked the original Dune movie from the 80s, and then I also liked Dune Part 1, which is the only... I haven't seen Dune Part 2 yet. I only liked it because Timothée Chalamet, the lead actor, looked like he was having a miserable time in the desert. Like, as a story, the main character just has a miserable time in the desert. He figured... Basically, like, the plot of Dune is, this rich family figures out that they are now put in charge of a planet that is, like, a big resource hub. And so, like, this rich family who's used to, like, a lot of water, like, they live on a water planet, get moved to a desert planet, so they're like, ugh, we're fucking miserable on this desert planet. And then the son of the family is like, oh, by the way, your son is the messiah of the desert people. And he's just like, I don't want to be the messiah. And they're like, too bad.
Sucks to suck.
Dune is fucking wild. Everybody...
Oh, it's an MMO, too.
Ew.
Open world survival MMO.
Ew. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I still gotta play the first one. I like the premise of the first one, where it's like really nitty-gritty, like not even fantasy stuff, but it's like, you are gonna be a little squire, or you're gonna be like a little guy, doesn't even know how to use a bow, so you have to like constantly actually train yourself how to use a bow. Like, you fire a bow and arrow, it will not go anywhere where you're aiming. You have to actually train yourself up in
A real life.
Yeah, it's
simulator.
It's more of a simulation of a medieval thing. But like, this one had like kind of, I'm gonna say it, kind of cringe MCU humor. Like the trailer for this one had a lot more like story elements to it. I don't know. I'll wait to hear reviews. I'll wait to see what people say about it. Slitterhead. This is by the Silent Hill guy. I'm gonna say it. This one also kind of looks meh. It's one of those things where like he wants to do something so different and so not Silent Hill that I feel like he's kind of swinging the pendulum. Not really excited.
I mean, they could have just done that. Oh god, who is it? What?
Killer Bean.
There's a reason.
Killer Bean.
There was a Silent Hill demo, and there was a reason why people bought specific PlayStation 3s that had this demo, because it was.
Oh no! You're talking about the PT for PS4 playable teaser.
Yeah, and then it never happened because Konami.
Yeah, so
was like pachinko machines.
So
and
that was a That was a joint venture with Hideo, like it was Hideo Kojima working on a Silent Hill game with Guillermo del Toro, who is
that guy.
Yeah, who is a famous like horror director, and he does.
No, I know.
I love his
Does I just
Guillermo. Guillermo.
Guillermo.
Yeah, he's from Mexico.
Yeah, no, I couldn't pronounce or remember how to pronounce his name, so I would just kind of.
So,
yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So Killer Bean. Killer Bean is an interesting one. I remember years ago, a friend showed me there was like a couple Killer Bean shorts up on YouTube, and
Is that the Dies of Cringe GIF guy that I thought was a fish?
I have no idea.
I'll send it to you. You can look at it after.
Maybe, probably. I don't know what this is a roguelike sandbox, like open world game. I don't know what that means, but I'm really happy that, because all this is done by one guy, and I'm really happy that...
roguelike sandbox. Come out, Rick.
We'll find out. I'm just really happy that this guy is passionate about his one game, Killer Bean. He's passionate about his one thing, so I'm happy that this is finally coming out. Wander Stop. This is the newest.
Annapurna.
Yeah, this is by the Stanley Parable guy, the guy who made the Stanley Parable. This is about a woman. From what I understand from the trailer, it looks really intriguing. It's about this woman who's like trying to run from all of like the horrible things in her past, and she ends up working at like a little coffee shop. So like the trailer just, it's not, I don't think there's any gameplay in the trailer. It's mostly yeah, it's mostly just fucking vibes. But yeah, so it's like,
That looks very Hansel and Gretel. The house there.
yeah, so it looks like it's mostly like, oh, you're gonna...
It looks a lot more peaceful than Stanley Parable.
Yeah, so the premise of the game is that like you're doing everything yourself. You're serving customers, you're making the coffee, you're doing all of these things, and you're doing everything yourself. It is supposed to be a
cafe sim?
Yeah, it's a cafe sim in like a very fantastical world, but the undertones of the game are drama. The undertones of the game are very like, I have lots of trauma. Like this part of the trailer, she's basically like, just forget about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like it's her. Yeah, it's that spiral of like, I'm trying to tell yourself to relax is like the worst way to relax kind of a thing. I'll keep an eye on this one. This one looked pretty.
Even worse if someone else tells you to relax.
New World for fans of MMOs. Amazon's upcoming MMO. Oh boy. Power World DLC.
Don't they already have Power
World DLC.
World dropped off very fast.
Yeah. It was flavor of the month. Same with there's so many games that are just like,
crossplay. That's huge. That being said, the way that Monster Hunter, I don't know, I can't speak on Rise because I didn't get Rise, but Worlds was very clunky in the fact that you had to go start a main story quest solo, leave the quest, go back, join a party, and then you could, like, so as long as they fixed that, then this is great.
Yeah, I haven't played Rise, but like Monster Hunter World is kind of clunky getting into an actual mission with friends.
Yeah, it really is. Like, if you're just doing side shit, it didn't really matter too much, but yeah, for the story shit.
What the hell is this? Why do I not remember Kunitsu? What is Kunitsugami? Oh, this. Okay.
Oh, side scroller.
No, it's not a side scroller.
Wait, is this tactics?
I don't know.
Are you...
I can't make heads or tails of what it is. It does not interest me, is the thing. Maybe it'll get really good reviews. Phantom Blade. I don't know what Phantom Blade is. There are so many of these names that like Phantom Blade 0. That name means nothing to me. I don't know. Okay. Oh, that's a horse.
Oh.
Samurai game?
Sekiro ripoff?
some kind of...
There's another thing I heard about Elden Ring is like where Sekiro lets you build up a tempo, and Elden Ring, a lot of people's complaints is like I have to wait 20 minutes for my chance to get on one attack. Which kind of does make sense. That would be like I would prefer the rhythm tempo of like Sekiro to like the Millennia fight is fun to watch, but not. It doesn't look like something I'd want to play.
Excuse me, Phantom Blade Zero is the most auto-generated name ever. Yes, it's a bad name. Okay, so that's it for Summer Game Fest. Day of Devs. Day of Devs. Everything announced. I'm not gonna lie, there was not a whole lot I was excited about here, which I feel bad about because this is supposed to be. This was all. Day of Devs was a show where it was all presented by the devs themselves. Like they had like videos that they recorded from home being like, here's the game I'm working on, here's what I'm really excited about. It was very wholesome, it was very sweet, very cute. I couldn't tell you.
I love those kinds of ones.
Me too. I couldn't. And
you've got like those like really like that was really passionate like couple from like Eastern Europe that like have a heavy accent, and they're like so passionate to tell you about their game and stuff like that. And you've got like all sorts of like little pockets of people from like all over. I love those kinds of like directs where it's like people actually get to like talk about their passion project.
Yeah, so but like the thing is, this looks nice, but this did not stick in my memory at all. Like the premise of the game that they're selling you on is that there's no combat, there's no score, no timers, just vibes. And I'm like, oh, that's really cute and nice. This did not stick in my brain. Simpler Times did not stick in my brain. Battle Vision Network.
It looks like a very good kind of like fidgety sort of like do a couple little things sort of game. You know what I mean?
I don't know what's going on here, and I feel bad. Fast-paced PvP match. Is this match 3? One-on-one. Formation of units in attack and defense formations.
You?
I guess.
It looks cute.
Yeah, like every game here has a nice art style. It's one of those things of like, oh, this looks nice. Just nothing is really sticking in my brain. I'm proven wrong, because Cairn I was actually excited for. So Cairn is a just climbing game. Just a really tense climbing game where when you fall off, or if you fall to your death, it will show you like paths you've taken and stuff, so you can try and find new ways to get up the mountain.
Oh, neat.
It's
like getting over it without the infuriation.
Yeah, it's getting over it, but a little more meditative. And this part made me say oh, I'm actually kind of excited about that, because climbing up to the top just showed more mountains to climb.
Wow. Yeah, that does look cool.
Yeah, this one I am actually excited.
I also for example, if people are physically disabled or just I'd never be able to fucking go and climb a mountain, and there are people who would want to experience that, it also kind of gives a sort of dramatic perspective of what it could be like and stuff.
Oh look,
for people who can't go out and do it themselves.
The Akira bike slide, because nobody's tired of that for the sake of just referencing the Akira bike slide. What's going on here? Give me gameplay. What am I looking at? Oh. See, again, this is really cute, but this is not sticking in my brain, and I feel so bad because I want to get excited.
Deliver pets to residents?
I want to get excited.
Delivering Pokemon? Oh my god. Wait, I
want to get excited. It's okay. I want to get excited about all the independent developers and all their little indie games and stuff. But not every game is going to be for me, which is what we've been talking about. Pedal Runner is a lovely... Sorry, go on.
I'm wishlisting that, that's all.
Pedal Runner is a lovely throwback to that retro era about two couriers known as pedal runners who drive around a place called Sapphire Valley, making deliveries in a world where flowers are a fuel source, powering beloved virtual pets. So it's Tamagotchi Pokemon. It like, okay, that's really cute. That is cute. It looks nice. I'm probably not gonna play it.
Apparently, it's saying similar to games you've played, and it's saying Nier Automata and Ni no Kuni too. What? Huh?
Work to live. The company is your friend. From the China-based Pollard studio, Karma the Dark World is a first-person narrative game where you play as a man named Daniel. Daniel exists in a dystopian version of the real world in 1984. How original. Where he, as an agent of the Leviathan Corporation, dives into people's minds and uncovers the truth behind events. What the fuck does that mean? To uncover the truth behind events.
Which events?
I don't know. Again, like, cool. I'm glad that this game is being made. I'm glad whenever anybody is able to make their game. That's not sticking with me.
Oofo.
Cozy Grove.
Oh. Wait, is this a sequel?
Cozy Grove Camp Spirit.
So is this
Same kind of game as the original. Befriend ghost bears, help them find peace, collect materials, craft, build, create a bustling campsite. Camp Spirit is the sequel to the original, and it's coming exclusively to Netflix Games subscribers via mobile, with no microtransactions or ads. It'll be out June.
Oh, those poor doves.
It's coming to Netflix Games.
Cozy Grove was like a bit of like a minor hit, especially with Animal Crossing people, because people were saying it was like very similar to Animal Crossing and stuff like that, and there was like a lot of qualities that Animal Crossing people really liked about it, so that's unfortunate. I feel so bad for those devs that it's not gonna work. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Here's more of what I'm talking about. This game looks so nice. The gameplay looks not engaging to me.
Walking sim?
But it's not. It's just wandering around with your dog. Okay, that could be for somebody. I don't know. In my brain, the reason to tell a story is, I don't want to say for the sake of drama, but a story only exists, a story only happens if there is conflict. If there is a narrative, right? Like, that's why we tell stories. That's why, we'll just take, like, Nier Automata, for example. It isn't just a game of, like, you're a robot that wanders around the world. No, you're a robot that has a job to do, and shit goes sideways. Like...
Wait, actually, they're in.
I'm not... You know what I mean. Like, it wouldn't...
I have the glasses, too. I gotta pull them down a little bit. Actually... Okay. No, I understand what you mean. It's like a similar, like... It's not really a discourse, but it's like a thing with, like, visual novels and stuff like that, where some people don't really like the slice of life aspect, because they feel like even with, like, some of, like, the minor conflicts that happen in slice of life, there's nothing going on.
But even still, like, I think that level of, like, visual novel with slice of life, that makes sense to me, because the gameplay isn't intensive, because the story isn't intensive. It's still a very, like, if it's a slice of life...
visual novels with very intense stories. People need to separate kind of like visual novels from being a game and gaming content, and start thinking of it as more of a way to tell a story, in my opinion.
That's how they all are.
Everybody keeps... I know, but like visual novels specifically is a way to tell a story, and sometimes that includes gameplay. Otherwise, it's just a Goosebumps book where if you choose to do this, you flip to this page.
Yeah.
That's literally what it is, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes there's kinetic novels where there's no gameplay, no choices. It's just a medium to tell a story, right? And I think that's where a lot of a lot of gamers get like confused with visual novels, because while they are considered like adventure games in like the States and stuff, or not in the States, in Japan and stuff, Like, they're visual novels. They're novels that have more visuals. They're novels that have different CGs or different cutscenes. Sometimes they're animated. And they also have, like, you know, voice acting and BGM. So it's like it's basically a book with extra steps. Right? And that's the thing that, like, people always kind of get hooked, like, stuck on, is, like, where's the gameplay? It's like, it's the story, right? They're telling a story, so it's kind of like a very similar thing, I would say.
So, a ranger is one that I did like the idea of the gameplay of a ranger. Let me find just a good example of what's going on here. You move everything. You don't move the character, but you move the series of tiles that the character is on, and then they will, like, circle back around to the beginning of the tiles. So, like, you use it to solve puzzles and stuff.
Oh. I feel like I've seen something similar to this before. I'm not sure where.
There's a board game similar to it called Labyrinth.
Huh.
It made me immediately think of Labyrinth.
I might have actually played that, but I don't know.
Tom the Post Girl. Is this... Oh, this one. So this is literally just, fucking voyeurism the game. The premise is you are a delivery person who just looks in people's windows.
Oh. That weird?
Yeah, like, again, it's one of those things of, like, okay, I like when independent developers get to tell their story. Just a weird little, like, I had a weird idea for a game. Just about this this Tom the Post...
It kind of reminds me of those early era, European, like, Russian or European, animations.
It's very, it's very, in its style, it's very, like, I guess German expressionist would be the way to put it. Like, it's very stark, like the use of color is very specific with, like, her red jacket.
I'll send you something that it kind of reminds me of, like, this style kind of thing. You can look at it later. When I'm talking to it.
Building relationships. The house dating simulator. Building relationships.
House dating simulator?
You play as a house dating other buildings.
Oh my god. Speaking of that, I need to play the pigeon one.
Hatoful boyfriend?
Yes.
You can date the tall, mysterious windmill. Date buildings. There's a little tent, if you like the campy outdoors type.
I feel like there's a meme somewhere. There's a thing in the back of my head that's like I'm getting stuck on "Don't be racist, I am a building," but, like, there's some sort of, like, other building meme in my brain somewhere where it's like something about having sex with a house or something, and I don't know. It's just there's a meme in my brain somewhere, and I will figure it out later.
A Little to the Left is getting DLC. I do want to play A Little to the Left on stream at some point. I did get it on sale on PlayStation, so hopefully I'll be playing that soon, but it's getting some DLC.
It's really sweet. You'd like it.
Hello again. What is hello again? Mute. Oh, no. Oh, they just don't have... Okay, this is...
trailers for all of them.
Yeah, this is While Waiting. Okay. This reminds me very much of, Consider It.
Kukiyomi, yeah.
Yeah.
I have all the Kukiyomi on my Switch. I play them a lot when people come over. They're so fucking funny. There's a Kukiyomi online. I got it when it was still free. Unfortunately, it costs money now.
RIP.
I don't know what it's like now, but if people have it, I would love to play.
Yeah, so this just looks like a new version of Consider It, which, you know, that's for people. That's for, like, I'm not saying I won't, like, look into it, but it, like, again, it's in the realm of, like, this isn't a game I'd like to play. looking at it is fun and fine, and I can see why people get enjoyment out of it, but...
You would like Kukiyomi, like, couch co-op, I think, because, like, if you get, like, the first one on Switch, for example, it's really cheap, like, less than $5 Canadian, I think. And the thing is, like, you're supposed to be considerate and figure out how to be considerate, but the thing is, you can also be inconsiderate, and it's really fucking funny when you are.
I've seen a lot of gameplay from those, and I've seen what happens when you're not considerate.
Yeah, like there's one where they're like kind of recording like this pancake shop or whatever, and you're supposed to move out of the way of the camera, but you can actually just walk up to the camera and be like this fucking close to the camera. It's like you can just to figure out how you can be inconsiderate is like what I think is like the fun of it.
Alright, and Tides of Tomorrow, no release date, asynchronous multiplayer game. I don't know what that
Road
means.
96.
Multiple people's play through the same story can impact one another. That sounds really interesting. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Oh, I can kind of explain asynchronous multiplayer. So, I don't know if I've ever talked about Phantom Abyss before. I probably have. Like the first-person Indiana Jones sim, where you're like fucking running through a temple trying to find treasure and shit.
Yes.
So the asynchronous multiplayer in that was if it was a seed that other people have been on, they will run along with you, and if you beat them to the treasure, you get more treasure, but if they get to the treasure before you, then you get a little bit less, as well as, if you die in a seed, basically your whip that you were using, which is like your way of like kind of hook-shotting yourself, it's like your kind of be-all end-all tool, you have different kinds of them that you can bring in, so if you die in a dungeon, your whip will be the whip you're using won't be usable, but other people can do that seed, and if they get to where you were, they get past where you were, you can get your shit back.
Okay.
So it was kind of cool that way. I don't think this will be like the exact same, but that's like an example of
but...
asynchronous multiplayer that I have seen.
I'd be interested, again, it's one of those like, there wasn't a whole lot of gameplay in that last trailer, so I'll just wait for more gameplay or wait to hear reviews, see what people actually think of it. It's time for shit diarrhea.
Devolver Digital, though, they're the ones who published Phantom Abyss, and they actually used to do like a Twitch show where they'd bring on different like streamers to like kind of compete on the same seed. Which is what I mean. They kind of promote their games and people very well. They're very involved with their communities.
I love Devolver Digital.
They're amazing.
Devolver Digital finds like those like diamond in the rough developers who have like a clear vision, understanding of their games. Like every complaint I just had about like I want to be excited for these indie developers, you know, in their games and stuff. Devolver
Digital makes you excited for them.
Yes. So the whole aesthetic for Devolver Digital's Direct is that there was a story in between the trailers and stuff that would like kind of loosely tie them all together, and it ended with a cartoon about Volvi the Vole. Devolver Digital just made up a mascot, Volvi the Vole. It's because it's their 25th anniversary. No, 15th anniversary, I think. Devolver Digital is having a milestone birthday this year. So they're saying happy birthday to Volvi the Vole. And it ends with a Saturday morning kids cartoon of like, wow, Volvi, thanks so much for helping us. You saved the day. Let's head back to my place for some pizza. And Volvi's like, nah, I gotta get home. Besides, pizza gives me shit diarrhea. And then that's the end of it. That's the end of Devolver. There's no trailer after that. That's just the end of Devolver Digital's. So it just ends with this fake little mascot they made, word for word. The pizza gives me shit diarrhea.
That's very Devolver Digital, especially given like a lot of the games that they'll, because I'm pretty sure they did Super Meat Boy and what's his name, Isaac. Binding. And those are very kind of gross, icky games. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they have a very like rough and sort of like attitude that suits that kind of shit very, very well.
So the first game that they showed off was Tenjutsu, which is a roguelike from Dead Cell, the Dead Cell creator, Dead Cells creator. Wasn't Dead Cells already a roguelike?
It's Metroidvania before roguelike, but I think it's still roguelike.
Yeah, so, oh yeah, this caught me so off guard because this is actually a really well animated,
This is like...
Look at this shit. This looks so fucking good. And then it is not the gameplay I expected. Like, still looks good. Like, I can see why people get excited for it. But again, this is Devolver Digital giving budget to the creators who have a clear idea of what they want. And I mean,
and Dead Cells was like...
Yeah, it's the guy who made Dead Cells.
Yeah, so they know that like the person knows what they're doing.
Yeah, so...
I don't know if this is popular or not. We'll see.
Possessors from Hyper Light Drifter and Solar Ash developers, which are two very popular games. Can just play a little bit of the
Solar Ash.
Yeah. It looks really nice. Looks like it's more Metroidvania.
Or 2D.
Yeah.
Because like Gris wasn't a Metroidvania, right?
Which one?
So it's like a Gris. It was like kind of like a 2D.
Oh yeah, Gris was beautiful, and also the developer of Gris announced a new game that we'll get to. I can't remember what it's called, but I'll know it when I'll see it. Crush House. It's a novel premise for...
Funny.
You're a producer of the titular reality TV show, Crush House, set in a Malibu mansion. Every week, you select a 4-person cast from 12 total actors and let them loose in the Crush House, filming spicy moments over several days to satisfy your drama-loving TV audience. While you're not filming, you're likely spending your time obsessing over details like decorations, props. Again, it feels so specific. To be like, hey, you're in charge of Big Brother. You're in charge of Big Brother. You're creating Big Brother.
What was that New Jersey one that everyone made fun of?
Jersey Shore.
That one, yeah.
Like,
is New Jersey out the ocean?
Yeah, New Jersey's on the coast.
American fucking... Okay.
New Jersey. As a matter of fact, the Statue of Liberty is in New Jersey waters. It's just associated with New York, because they're like right next to each other.
I also learned that the Statue of Liberty was actually a gift from France and not an American creation.
Yep, it was
like, it should be obvious, but at the same time, I'm not American.
It was a gift from France, I think also designed by the guy who created the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's Crush House. I'm not excited for... I don't care about Big Brother or any of that TV drama bullshit. I am excited for Angerfoot, though. I am excited for Angerfoot. It's sneaker culture in a first-person shooter game.
Oh no.
It's sneaker culture.
Where's Toasty? Toasty would love that.
It's sneaker culture in a first-person shooter game. Show me the shoes. Show me the shoes. The Flash Kickers. Just kicking the shit out of people. The Firefighters, which are rocket shoes that allow you to jump. The Floaters, which makes things float when you kick them.
Those Crocs.
The Uppercutters. The Rage Runners.
Oh my god.
This is so fucking funny to me. Thrusters. I'm sorry, the Thrusters are the jetpack boots. Jetpack shoes. Angerfoot, it's such a funny idea.
It is. This is screaming Toaster to me, so I'm just gonna send him the fucking...
From the developers of Terra Nil.
Didn't you really like Terra Nil? Wait, did you play Terra Nil?
I have not played Terra Nil yet. It's on my...
Terra Nil was that, like, reverse thing where everything goes back to nature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they also developed Broforce and Gorn, which is way more in line if you know those games. But they also made Terra Nil. In the stylings of Hotline Miami, you kick your way through a place literally called Shit City. I'm gonna
Oh,
be
Gordon VR only. That's why.
I'm gonna be getting Angerfoot. It takes place. It's a fast-paced first-person shooter with sneaker culture taking place in shit city. This is so stupid. Looks awesome. I'm so excited for Angerfoot. It looks so dumb. Talos Principle 2 is getting some DLC. I gotta play the first one and then play the second one. Cult of the Lamb multiplayer DLC, co-op
Couch
DLC,
co-op only.
couch
It
co-op.
only
Only.
matters if you have IRL friends.
I have my partner.
Lucky you.
You
I
could
guess
play.
I have Blair.
Yeah, you could play with Blair.
Yeah, but my room isn't really designed for two. Isn't really set up for two people. Cause someone sits in the chair, someone sits on the bed.
Eh, that'll work. I have a second chair right in here.
Yeah, but then I have to figure out how that works, which is if like. Let me put it this way: Naneth Kinematic, my mod, is anytime there's anything tech I need to figure out, I don't figure it out. He figures it out.
Could use Parsec. Yeah, no, that's true, Arrow. Parsec is really good.
I can try.
Alright, so that's Summer Game Fest. That was the main Wholesome Direct. Wholesome Direct, I think, was the Saturday. Like, this last Saturday. And again, this was just full of cute little, like, I don't know what it's about, but, like, Bubblegum Galaxy.
Oh, that looks... Okay, anytime I see maps like that, I remember that old Godzilla game that I never played. Actually, I think I did play it. Like, it's the game that's like older than me, I think. Because I remember at one friend's house on my uncle's street, they actually had like Atari. Was it Sega Saturn or Atari? I think both. We'd go there sometimes to play like old games.
Little Bear Chef. Look at how tiny this bear is.
Oh my god.
Look at how tiny this bear is.
Oh my god.
It's cute. You play as a little...
I think that's how Blair views me whenever I'm cooking food.
It's a living, one of those little living jars of honey. Like the little bear-shaped jars of honey.
That's cute.
Yeah, no, Huh? Huh?
No, don't.
What? Why isn't it out?
2023?
Why isn't it out yet? Oh, this is just the wrong list. This game's already out. This is from 2022.
Oh.
Well, bye Wholesome Direct. I guess I'll look into Little Bear then.
So, Wholesome Direct exists, y'all. I'll go through the Nintendo one, because I have that one open.
Yeah, if you want to go through the Nintendo one.
Or I guess you don't, then I wouldn't be on screen, but...
I have it up right here.
I'll probably just rapid fire. Oh, I'm looking at the IGN, like... Yeah, I'm just looking at this one, like, because I've got it kinda... It's just like the list that has the squares. That one, up there. Up a little bit. That's how I have it. Because I figured, because since we're running out of time, I figured we could go through them like that quickly. You know what I mean? With just the...
This?
Yeah!
Yeah. The only thing is it's cutting off, with the way I have it cropped, it's cutting off the far side here.
You could control scroll wheel so that it's smaller.
They should still be in the same viewing order, though, so I can scroll down as you're talking about them.
Okay.
So...
That'll work.
Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Zelda Girl Boss Make Table.
So I actually haven't watched the trailer for it because I don't play Zelda games. Because if I ever get a Zelda game on my Switch is going to shit the bed. There's history and lore there. You can ask me later. But I'm just not allowed to complete Zelda titles.
Okay.
So I haven't actually watched it, but I've seen all the fucking memes, and it's just Zelda Girl Boss.
Zelda Girl Boss Make Table. So yeah, it's in the same style as the Link's Awakening remake, and Link fell into the darkness. He fell to Kingdom Hearts or whatever. He's just in another dimension, and Zelda's got to go get her boyfriend back, and that involves making tables. She's a spellcaster. Instead of using just a sword and shield like Link, she uses a wand. And they showed some of the gameplay is literally like you could copy a boulder and create boulders anywhere, pick up a boulder and yeet them at enemies.
Yeah.
Which is very fun. I'm excited for it.
Oh, there's so many memes on social media, so like there isn't gonna really be spoilers because there's only a trailer, but just go look up the memes. They're so fucking funny.
I'm just happy that the success of Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild has not killed the creativity of Legend of Zelda. We can still get good, like, unique other Zelda games. It's not just gonna be just Tears of the Kingdom forever now.
Yeah.
Let's go Legends of Link, exactly.
And that's the other thing too, is like we say they shit on their fans, but at the same time, they know that not everybody wants like that open world 400 hours minimum requirement for gameplay, right?
Metroid Prime 4. Happy for Metroid Prime fans.
So there was somebody who's watching like at a thing where they were watching the direct live and they just passed out.
Yeah, in New York, I think.
Yeah, it's so funny because like Metroid. Well, they got Dread, and now they have Prime, so Metroid is back, baby. However,
I'm happy for them.
Nintendo, there's one other IP that you forgot about, and that's Star Fox.
Eh.
What do you mean, eh?
Eh.
Okay, we got 8 million versions of 64. Sure, fine, whatever. Can we bring back Adventures? Can we bring back...
No, because they only bring back the good ones. That's why we haven't gotten...
Oh, also Rare.
Oh yeah, that was also developed by Rare. But that's also what, like, my favorite 3D Zelda game is Twilight Princess, which is like the edgy, like the controversial edgy dark one. It got an HD remaster on the Wii.
It got to be a wolf. That's about as edgy as it gets.
It got an HD remaster on the Wii U, and then that's it. And I'm like, hey, when the HD remaster already exists,
we got ported eventually. Maybe they're waiting for their next console.
Hopefully. We got Skyward Sword remastered, or HD, whatever. I'm like, I don't care about Skyward Sword,
We got Xenoblade 3 times.
But
We got Xenoblade on Wii, 3DS. Or no, maybe 4 times, because it was also on Wii U and Switch. So, I mean, probably eventually. This! Yes! This! Except, like, my only issue with this is, like, I want the 2D graphics. You know what I mean? It looks fine 3D. It looks very cute 3D. It looks very fucking fun. I loved Dream Team. I loved Bowser's Inside Story. Partners in Time was good. I think Partners in Time was the one with the super fucking grindy boss that, like, don't play... I think you either don't play the C version or don't play the EU version. I don't remember. They fucked up the numbers. Anyway, Mario and Luigi. Super fucking excited for this. I'm glad that they are bringing the series back. I miss the 2D. I miss the 2D, right? Like, not everything needs to be 3D, but that's just a me complaint.
Yeah, I mean...
It looks fine as it is. It doesn't look bad.
Dragon Quest, this is the moment where I audibly went, like, let's fucking go with the Dragon Quest. I've gushed about it. When I played the original Dragon Quest on stream, I gushed about it so much. Of, like, how much I love these games, and... I'm glad they're doing them in order of, like, in chronological order of 3, then 1, then 2. I'm just so excited, and I'm glad they're not like one for one recreating Toriyama's art. Like,
yeah,
we talked about that a little bit, or there was like a tweet that you shared with me that was like, Toriyama himself was like, I don't want my art to become like a shadow of what it was. Don't try and like replicate my stuff after I die. Like, find new artists, get new blood in the franchise.
Let me die as me, sort of thing.
Yeah, and it oh my god, like this, because in the trailer it just shows the guy from 3 just on the thing, and then when it expanded out and showed the covers of 1 and 2, I was this is beautiful art. I was so giddy. I'm probably gonna replace Brian Butterfield on my second monitor and make this art my and make this my... No, you know what I need? Once my third monitor starts working, I'm gonna need art. I'm gonna need a
separate art.
I'm gonna need
go across the hall.
Oh no, I was just thinking because like I have Ratchet and Clank as like my main monitor background. I have actually
Oh, so you're using us for your Brian monitor, and that's why we get fucking flashbanged by his face.
yes. But oh my god, this made me so happy. I can't lie. The name is bad. HD 2D remake. The name is bad. But
Japan is either too creative or very literal. That's why you have like Isekai Mao to Shokan Shoujo no Dore Majutsu.
it's so beautiful. It's so fucking beautiful. I can't get over how excited I am.
I mean, with like Octopath and the Pixel remasters, it's definitely something that they can do, right?
Yeah, for sure. What's going
We
on?
got this
What?
3 times.
What's going on with his eyes here? His eyes are bugging out,
Oh.
and his eyebrow looks kind of funky.
Oh no.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh no. Oh no.
This is a really bad thumbnail.
I would be so mad at like my fucking vector lines because they just did a thing I didn't want them to do. Like, why are you doing this? Be a regular line, please. Oh my god.
Yeah, so we're getting another, because we already got like Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze HD on Switch, so we're getting another Donkey Kong game remastered on
This is the 3rd iteration of this, I think.
Just give us a new Donkey Kong Country game. Give us a Donkey Kong Country 64 remaster, please. If you care enough about Donkey Kong Country 64 to get and take it off of Vim's lair, you're gonna remaster it, right, Nintendo?
Please.
Right, Nintendo?
Is it not on the N64? It's not, is it?
Their online library? I don't think so.
This looks good, but I will always stand by the first 2 Mario parties because those are the ones I've played the most.
I mean, that's fair. I do like the ones on Switch. I have Mario, not Mario Party.
I have Super Mario Party, which is not that great. It's good enough.
I can't remember which Mario Party. I do like the one that I have. It's
All-Stars or Superstars or whatever? The one where they took like all the shit that people liked and put it in, like, liked from all the old ones and put it into one game?
maybe.
All the mini games and all the maps?
It's one of those games where, like, I'm not playing Mario Party by myself.
Yeah.
If people are over, then we're playing it. So, like, Mario Party
Yeah,
doesn't need to be...
I don't have.
Mario Party doesn't need to be, like, an incredible, life-changing... Like, it's just gotta be a good party game. And I think this is gonna be a good party game. There's a Mario Kart level. There's a Coconut Mall level.
You don't play it solo, but when I was a kid, I played it solo so much that I had everything unlocked in the little hut because I played it by myself so much.
I definitely had a party game. God, what did I play? There was definitely a game where it's just like, oh, this would be good, like, with friends that I just, played by myself. Mario vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. This is huge.
MVCU is the only one I played, and I really, really liked that one, and I think that was the one that they added, Phoenix Wright to, which I thought was... Who's the big metal guy? The big metal guy. He's like a big, kind of the shaped, kind of metal guy from Marvel.
The Sentinel?
God, what the fuck? Yes! Him! There was a comic that somebody made where it's Phoenix Wright versus him, where it's like, objection! And the little word floats and dinks off his armor, and he's just looking down at Phoenix menacingly, and Phoenix is like, eh.
Yeah, so the Sentinels, God. I'm gonna probably get this on sale, if I'm being honest. Like, I enjoyed like half of these games, I would say, but like, it's...
People are like excited to play these classic titles is the thing. People love the fact that, like, MVC is coming back, maybe?
Hopefully.
Fuck! I played that at the age of 8 a lot.
This was huge for people with the Nintendo Switch Online, because they're finally doing M-rated games on the Nintendo Switch Online, Perfect Dark and Turok. This was the copy of Link of the Past I had that included 4 swords. The issue was I didn't have friends to play 4. for the first,
yeah,
I had
I had it on the 3DS when they gave it out for free, and I couldn't get past the certain part because I didn't have anyone to play with.
So I have a friend that's really like starting to invest in a lot of retro consoles, and we went over to his house. We all brought our Game Boys, and we played Four Swords on his GameCube with our Game Boys as controllers, like the way
Oh
it
my
was
God.
intended. And like when you go into like a building, inside the building is like on your screen, so like people don't know what you're doing inside the building unless they come in with you, so you could be like talking to people, destroying things, and getting rupees.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like so much time and effort went into a game that not a lot of people got to experience.
Like, hey, you Pikachu. Making Pikachu eat a balloon was the epitome of that game.
Nintendo World
But-
Championships, good for speedrunner.
There's
Speedrunner game.
like, fuck, there's a lot of things that were like really, I don't know. I feel like the gadget that connected your Game Boy to N64 or like your GBA to your
The GameCube.
yeah, it was just such great tech.
Yeah. Or even like the thing is like you plug it into the N60. It was like, or maybe it was you plug it into the SNES to play like the original Game Boy games on your TV.
I think so. I know there was a cartridge thing you could get for your N64 for GBC.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
But I don't know about SNES.
Well, that's probably the one I'm thinking of then. I couldn't remember which system it was for.
I don't think it was SNES because I think SNES was well before GB. I don't know.
But yeah,
They definitely had it for N64.
this is just a speedrunning Nintendo game. Back in the 90s, Nintendo, or maybe 80s into the 90s, Nintendo had World Championships where it was literally speedrunning. It would be like, who can play this game the fastest? And now they just made a video game version of that, which is cool.
That is really cool.
Basketball's coming to Switch Sports for free, which they still don't have boxing. Why don't they have boxing?
Yeah, did they bring some Matt needs to get his return with boxing.
So Matt can kick your ass.
Yeah.
Lego Horizon, we already talked about, is coming to Switch.
Yep.
Fantasian, which I know nothing about.
It looks nice, but
Yeah.
it's I don't know. As long as it's not gacha.
Yeah. Give me the
Why she got such a dumpy? Why did they have such a dumpy on the Lego? Oh, that's not Lego. That's Hobbit.
Yeah, I'm so This is literally like a little farming slice of life sim where you play as a hobbit, just in Hobbiton. This is all I've ever wanted.
I know that hobbits are supposed to be barefoot, but I don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm just so excited because like a Lord of the Rings game not revolving around combat, where it's literally just like, hey, hobbits are just like fun little dudes that hang out. You could just be a fun.
The Golem game just kind of like run and fall down. This game is clunky. I don't know.
No, it was a stealth game. It was a stealth. Like, and I think you had like stealth takedowns where he would like jump on people's heads and like
it kind of scratch their eyes out or something.
Yeah. Barefoot thing makes my feet hurt looking at it. Yeah, but they have like
they're built for it.
Yeah, they're built for it.
Forest creatures, right?
Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. This is what I think it was last year. You were really pushing for me to play this game on stream.
As a meme.
But it was iOS
Hello Kitty
only.
Online doesn't exist anymore. 1v1 me Hello Kitty Online.
But it was iOS only at the time.
Yeah.
But it's being ported to Switch. So that's a little. Here's the thing. I can't name. I could maybe name. Yeah. These are the Hello. These are the Sanrio.
You don't know Dad's Maru?
Which one's that? I would recognize it.
Dad's Maru?
I recognize that one, but I wouldn't be able to name it. I don't know Sanrio characters.
I forget the crocodile's name, to be honest. Crocodile dude. I forget his name.
Disney Illusion.
Oh,
This
yeah, this is DLC, right?
yeah, DLC free update.
Oh no, update.
This caught me off guard because I knew about this game. I didn't know the art style was so fun. Like, this is really cute. It's not doesn't really
It's a really
seem
cute like style that kind of goes back into the like original art styles of Disney.
yeah, it's kind of squash and stretch.
Yeah. It's a little Cupheady. A little Cuphead vibe.
Yeah, I
That kind of classic.
I might look into this game just on its own. Just look into the game, not necessarily just for the DLC, but like I might look into it to see if that's something I might be interested in. Luigi's Mansion, Luigi Mansion.
So I have been waiting for this for a while. I've already known about it. I skipped the trailer. This is, in my honest opinion, the best Luigi's Mansion, and because it's Luigi's Mansion 2 is based off Luigi's Mansion Darkman for the Nintendo 3DS.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That is the second installment. It just wasn't called Luigi's Mansion 2, so they're switching the name and porting it to, or making it for Switch. I'm gonna kind of miss the like dual screen, but this isn't one that was a comparative with it, and I hope the online is just as fun, and by fun I mean a fucking shitpost. Because they tried to bring it back in 3, but I never got for 3 actually.
Barf and vomit. Barf and vomit. I hate all of this.
Yeah.
Funko Fusion. I don't know. This looks so nothing. This looks so nothing. I don't care. Barf and vomit.
Those are gross.
Metal Slug. Good for Metal Slug fans.
Yeah.
Darkest Dungeon 2. People love Darkest Dungeon. I never played it.
This is just a port. I have the first Darkest Dungeon. I want to play it on stream. Eventually.
Looney Tunes sports game. This looks bare minimum, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the sprites don't look good to
now
me.
People have a second chance to have the furry awakening be Lola Bunny.
I'm just... I just wish it looked better. It looks like a PS3 game. There, I said it.
Yeah.
I'm not like, it's a fun idea, but like, the name feels so lazy. The sprite, the animation looks lazy. Everything about it feels like an easy, like...
I feel like it's like it's just like low quality cel shading thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know...
Without like line art.
I know the shorts you're talking about, Green Arrow, the shorts on Disney Channel, but that's the one, like, there was, like, Phantom Tollbooth and stuff that they parodied, but, like, that's the, like, unhinged Mickey Mouse. I know what you're talking about, those are fun. Stray. It doesn't look...
This is a port.
It's a port. I played it on PS5, and it sucks because I've seen it at its best. So, like, I'm glad that more people will get to play this game, but, like, after seeing it run on PS5, seeing it run on Switch, I'm like, oh, no. It doesn't...
I have it on PC, so...
It looks not great, but I'm glad more people will get to play it. Mio, this game looks fucking beautiful. I'm excited for it.
It's it's like I'm not a side scroller person, but like I don't know, maybe after playing like Hollow Knight and what's the other one? And the Willow of the Wisp. Ori
and the Blind Forest was the first one.
Yeah. So I don't know why, but when I bought like the pack, it gave me Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition, and Ori Will of the Wisp. And I'm like, okay. So what's the point of playing both of them?
Could be differences in graphics, could be additional things. It could be like how there's like between Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. It could be like, well, I prefer, I prefer this stuff from the original one, so I want to play this one, or something.
But Roxas fight.
The
Roxas fight that wasn't in the second one that. We used to, with my friend, like, when we played Kingdom Hearts and we were obsessing over it, we used to watch, like, the Final Remix Japanese shit all the fucking time on YouTube.
But yeah, I'm excited for Memories in Orbit, Mio. I'm genuinely really excited for that. It looks beautiful. New crewmates and imposters coming to Among Us, okay.
You can help gather people, I will play Among Us.
Among Us! Got it.
Okay, I have a request for this one. Please play this meme. I'm begging you.
Please play what?
I sent it to you in DMs.
You're gonna make me fucking look at DMs.
You're gonna have to open it. Like, play, like, on screen if you can. I'm
opening it up on my phone. I'm opening it up on my phone. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, I know.
Please. We're so back.
We are so back. No, legitimately, my partner is so excited for.
I'm so excited.
Because, like, we're so back.
We are.
Ace
And
Attorney.
we're getting... I think people are upset about the translation of one person's name, but other than that...
Oh.
Because it was a fan translation for the second Ace Attorney game, was a fan translation. For the second Investigations one, because that one was never released in English, so they changed one of those names. This one is cool. Phantom Brave, it's,
Creator of
I'm just gonna post the
Disgaea.
name in podcast resources if you're not gonna play it on stream, such. Yeah, so Phantom Brave is an old PS1 game, I believe, that they made. I have Phantom Brave PC, I haven't played it yet, because my old GPU wouldn't run it. It just had like fucking boxes where the text and character sprites are supposed to be, which is why I switched off of AMD. But it's like a really good classic thing, so it's nice to see that there's going to be more of it.
Yeah. Farmigia. It's from
Magia.
it's from the fairy tale. It's from the fairy tale guy.
It's also by Marvelous, who is the ones who publish Story of Seasons. So at its core, as a farming game, it should be fine, because Marvelous...
Yeah. I guess I'll keep an eye on it. I'll see what's going on here.
Yeah, Marvelous is the one who develops and publishes Story of Seasons, so at least it'll be, like, the people who did the farming sim. Back in the day.
From the Dingle Dangle creator.
So this is... No, it's not just the Dingle Dangle creator.
I know.
It's Dang It Grandpa and Zero Escape.
Which one of those is good?
What the fuck?
I don't like Danganronpa. There, I said it.
The only thing that sucks about Danganronpa is the ending of 3.
I don't even know the ending of 3, so...
It's a cop-out, that's all I'm gonna tell you.
Glad I wasn't the only one who
fucking
thought the Looney
cop-out.
Tunes game looked like ass. You're not the only one that thought that.
So, this is gonna be like an SRPG with a really cool fucking story that I am very excited for.
If you play it on stream, I'll probably tune in and watch a bit of it, but I could not care. No, and that's what we've been talking about. Not everything
I
needs to be
know.
for everybody. I will
Fine, I'm being an ass on purpose.
I will play my Lego games. You can play your Dang It Grandpas. Romancing
I don't
Saga.
play Dang It Grandpa anymore. It's one of those games that you play it once and it's kind of... You solved all the mysteries, you know the answers already. It's not as fun anymore.
Romancing Saga 2 remake. Good for Romancing Saga fans.
I need to get into those.
The Alvarez Empire arc of Fairy Tail 2. Good for Fairy Tail fans. We were just talking about Fairy Tail. Because...
Yeah, but they remade the anime like 3 times. So it's like, which one? The manga?
I don't know.
Because they remade it to make it more ecchi.
Oh,
Like, they have full, like, candle wax fucking scenes and shit, and I'm like...
I know that they changed the tone of the manga / anime because from what I remember hearing from the creator, they wanted the manga to grow up with the audience. So if it was a shonen for, like, you know, teenage boys, as those boys grow older, still reading, still watching, they wanted it to transition with their taste. So that's why it got more sexual. I guess that's why it got more sexual.
Did you know that you can grow up into an adult without getting into intense kinks via your favorite anime? I think they missed the memo. I don't know. That kind of makes sense. And in a way, Naruto did that with Shippuden. In a way.
But they,
Like, we were all
I feel like they,
fucking kids.
I feel like they did that more with the violence, because like towards the end of Naruto was like, oh, we're going to war now, so it isn't just gonna be ninjas fighting, it's gonna be ninjas dying, you know?
Oh yeah. And then everyone died at the end.
Yeah.
Neji.
Oh man. So good for fairy tale fans. I'm not a fairy tale fan.
I liked what I read of the manga. It was good, especially with the big panther girl.
The new Dempa men are here. Did you miss them? I don't know what this means, but the new Dempa men are here.
It looks cute.
Sure.
It's free to play as well.
And that's it for Nintendo. 2024 PC gaming show. Okay. Elseword. That's a name I haven't heard in forever. Among the Wild. Starbirds. I don't. Do we care? Lorne Vale.
Just scroll.
Ale Abbey. In Beer We Trust. Okay. Streets of Rogue.
That's a big one.
Wander Stars. Southfield. I watched this show and I legitimately don't remember. Here's the thing. The PC gaming show was co-hosted by Mika Burton this year, daughter of LeVar Burton, the Reading Rainbow guy. And she's great. She's wonderful. I love her. I think legitimately I only tuned in, like I only paid attention when she was on screen. And then when they showed trailers, I'm like, Mika's gone. And I was just like not paying attention.
Oh no.
I don't remember any of these. So you know what? We're not going to worry about it. Fallen Aces, Stormgate, Mars Tactics, Toads of the Bayou, Fumes, Sulfur, Phantom Line, Killing Floor 3, I know that one. Tempopo, I Am Your Beast, Cataclysmo. Oh my god, wait, there's one that was shown off. Was it shown off here? Core Keeper, No More Room in Hell Again, Strident.
Core Keeper.
Drug.
Hold on, wait. Let me read that quickly.
Which one?
Drug Dealer 2.
Core Keeper is a co-op survival craft hit.
Oh, it doesn't say what the two new characters. Okay. Oh, it's doing its full launch. It's going out of early access, I guess. Okay, moving on.
Drug Dealer Sim 2. There was one that was... Okay, it's not here. But it was a 3D game with a Game Boy in it, is the best way I can describe it. You're looking at the world on a Game Boy, like the same world that you're in, and changing your perspective, like where you're running around in the 3D world, changes your perspective on the little Game Boy. Maybe it was shown off at one of these other ones. Xbox Showcase.
Xbox.
Oh, good. They have them all right here. So Black Ops 6, don't care. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, I do kind of care about. That looks interesting. Gears of War, no. Doom Dark Ages, kind of funny. They gave the Doom guy a sword and shield. It's just medieval Doom guy. Like,
there's literally nothing here for me. Wow.
Hang on. Like, it's literally still just the Doom guy, not even in a suit of, like, medieval armor.
It's just him.
It's just the Doom guy with a sword and shield. It's so funny. Avowed, don't really care. Diablo 4 stuff, don't care. Farm or Flight Simulator, don't care. World of Warcraft, don't care. Dragon Age DLC, don't care. Assassin's Creed Shadows, don't care. Stalker, Age of Mythology, that... I wonder if I think my partner's big into Age of Mythology. I'll see if she knows what that's happening. Fable, the new Fable game, sure.
Isn't that the one where people on Twitter were like, oh, she's ugly, and like, oh fuck,
God.
one of the main people, like that fucking, God, what is his name? Ian Miles Chung or whatever,
Oh, yay.
who was like the biggest Twitter Elon simp guy,
Yeah.
fucking was like the one complaining about it, and everyone was just roasting him because it's just like, if you're going to roast somebody on their appearance, you're also fair game to be roasted on
Yeah.
your appearance.
Bro's got no room
And
to talk.
Yeah. Everyone was like, "This you?
So
Is this you?"
This one's kind of big. Perfect Dark, like a new Perfect Dark game.
Yeah.
So that's kind of big. South of Midnight. That's one I'll be like. That's one again. Don't really care.
Fish.
Don't really care about Xbox, but it's like, hey, if this ever gets ported to like.
That reminds me of the fish from Dark Cloud 2.
Oh my god, I haven't thought about Dark Cloud in so long. State of Decay 3, don't care. Assassin's Creed, Atom Fall, don't care. Expedition 30, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. This is a nothing name that tells me nothing. Don't care. Dragon Age. That was the thing. So the Dragon Age, the Veilguard. This was like bright and colorful and kind of little cartoony, but then the new Fable was a little more realistic. And people are like, did they swap engines? Like, Fable is supposed to be bright, fun, and colorful, and Dragon Age is supposed to be gritty and realistic. Dang it, Grandpa sounds like a game. You have to find and organize Grandpa's ship before he leaves the house without... You have to find his keys, find his wallet.
Make sure his ID is in there.
Yeah. Dang it, Grandpa. Flintlock, don't care. Frag Punk, don't care. Life is Strange, I hate Life is Strange. Mecha Break, we talked about how cool robots are. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake
Is everyone just trying to pull an Armored Core now? Or is this like just genuine robo love?
I hope it's the latter. I hope it's genuine robot love.
It's just like, you see something do really well and then you see a whole bunch of that. So like you see the Souls picked up over the course of their 3 games a hell of a lot, and so now like Valkyrie Profile, I think was a series by Square Enix that wasn't Souls-like at all and wasn't even really like a Souls-like, and then they did a not Valkyria Chronicles, but Valkyrie Profile, and then their next one was like a Souls-like. It's like so it's hard to see sometimes if something is really actually inspired / ripped or just genuine.
That's kind of how I feel about the Boom and roguelikes. I'm very particular about which roguelikes I do and don't spend time with, and it just feels like we'll just say like Binding of Isaac as like the one that really started the boom, because now we have so many of them, and there's a lot of good ones. Like I don't want to take
really like the isometric ones. I don't like the card battlers. I'm not too big on the turn-based ones. And then you've got stuff like Unrailed, where it's kind of like silly, but it also makes sense for the game to like generate randomly. You know what I mean? You've got ones where it's like it really makes sense for it to be generated, and then like you play it with people, like you play Unrailed with friends, so it's just like a fun little party game that just happens to be roguelike simply because everything is random.
What do you mean 10 years of ESO? What do you mean 10? I played this game at launch. What do you mean 10 years of ESO?
It came out in like 2013.
2014.
Oh, whichever. I just remember when my ex was living when I bought him the physical version of it.
Yeah, no, I did.
It wasn't that great. He didn't like it.
Yeah, no, I played it at launch and I didn't like it. But then, like, I want to say in 2019, 2020, I had some friends who were like picking it back up, because of like COVID and stuff. I had some friends who picked it up, and like I saw them playing a little bit of it. I'm like, oh, it's a different game now. Like it looks good, but I never like jumped back in. Yeah, Balatro is a big one of like what people are like. That's just the most recent example of like, oh, this is a breakout roguelike hit.
There's like
more Fallout 76 shit.
All the Hades likes as well, because Hades kind of sealed the deal with the whole roguelike boom. Right?
Yeah. Sea of Thieves, don't care. Starfield, don't care. World of Warcraft, don't care. Hardware announcement.
Starfield.
I don't know. What's next? This is
the most skippable one so far.
Yeah, this is the last one I have open. Future Game Show, that was the last one. Oh, cool. There's no trailers. So, Bogdan's Cross. Cute little adventure game with a bear knight. Coming to Steam and Epic Game Store.
I'd pick the bear.
Yeah, I'd pick the bear. Yeah, that's one I might keep an eye on. Like, I'm gonna pay attention to the next trailer I see. I'm gonna... Base building for First Dwarf. Don't really care about base building. Mech suit survival game. I don't like survival. You know, it's like,
Me
oh, you
neither.
have to repair the suit. You have to make sure, you know, everything is
I'm very like picky with my survival. Car Keeper's the only one where like I kind of actually got into it.
Once Human, In Sync, Dredge is getting some new DLC.
Dredge is cool.
I still gotta.
I'm excited to eventually buy Dredge.
I gotta play. I have it downloaded. I gotta play it. Parcel.
I also do a Dave the Diver crossover.
I think so. And I think Dave the Diver has a crossover with Dredge and Godzilla, I believe.
Oh.
Or did Dredge get Godzilla? I know Godzilla's in one of them.
It feels like it should be Dredge, but Dave the Diver would be fucking hilarious.
This one, Screenbound. Screenbound is the one that I was legitimately interested in. It's like looking
that's so cute.
Yeah, like you're running around a 3D world presented to you on this Game Boy. So like, since you have the screen in front of you, you have to pay attention to the screen to know when you have to jump over stuff because you can't see it in front of you because you're holding the Game Boy up. You're making your own problems because you can't look down it from your screen.
People crossing the street when Pokemon Go first came out. Yeah.
Yes. I thought this looked really cute and really fun. Netflix games, don't care. Happy Bastards, don't care.
What were the hardware announcements?
The hardware announcements were stupid for Xbox? I don't know. I have already closed the tab.
I'm careless about Xbox.
The Relic, Hell of an Office, is a precision platformer set in a white-collar hellscape. A new trailer popped during summer showcase, reminding players check it out early access on Steam. Don't care. The Operator, a glimpse into how they will connect clues and unravel mysteries in this FDI detective simulator. It's coming later this year. So Series S all digital.
Series S.
Deliver Us Home. The Precinct. Oh boy, ACAB.
ACAB.
Ones to play. Duck Detective. I'm
gonna one up that and say Frog Detective because I fucking love that thread. I shared it, right?
God, that's a good thread.
It was such a good thread.
I'm just gonna say I love Gravity Falls. In Gravity Falls, there was a fake show in the show called Ducktective. I love Gravity Falls. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. It looks cute. It looks quirky. Sacrifier, sure. Warhammer 40k, don't care. Goat Simulator, don't care.
What?
What?
I didn't even know they had a second Goat Simulator.
They don't. The joke is that there is no Goat Simulator 2. And it's Goat Simulator.
Oh.
It's called Goat Simulator 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, it's just the...
Goat Simulator 3 is Goat Simulator 2.
Oh.
Because it's...
What the fuck?
Because it's so quirky humor. God, I fucking hate Goat Simulator. I have the Platinum Trophy in Goat Simulator. I fucking hate Goat Simulator.
I guess you're allowed to say you hated it if you platinumed it. Why did you platinum it if you hated it?
Because it was honestly an easy platinum. It took me maybe 3 hours.
Oh.
From nothing to the platinum. Indie
Goat Simulator when it came out.
Run from Mummies. Mandragora, that's a cool name. Or Mandragora, that's a cool name. Dustborn. There's just so many games there. I wish we could watch some of the trailer here, because, like...
Are these the PC ones or the Netflix ones?
This is Indie Elevator Pitch now. During the Summer Showcase, hosts launched a new initiative to help increase the visibility of up-and-coming indie games. So these are up-and-coming indie games.
Oh wait, Goat Simulator 3 is already out and that's DLC.
Yes.
Okay.
Sono Kuni, Eternal Strands, Unreal Showcase. So these are specifically made in the Unreal Engine.
Starship Shoot.
Nico Derico. Nostalgic
Great game.
Nostalgic side-scrolling sensibilities. Mascot. Give me a mascot platformer in 3D, please. I will play 3D mascot platformers.
Hi, the Tasmanian Tiger. There you go.
I have.
The fourth one is 2D.
Ew. Body cam. This one was wild. Do you remember when this first dropped? The footage for body cam?
No.
So it was so realistic. They had to keep telling people, because people were like, we don't believe that this is gameplay. You're just showing us like body cam footage that you filmed. But this is one of those like so realistic. Like this game is so realistic. People were concerned because it looked like just actual like shooting people in the head gameplay.
Wow.
Yeah, like people were. Yeah.
That's the thing that like a lot of people didn't like about like The Last of Us 2, going back to like the violence in it, because like they did apparently did a very good job on like watching the color drain from someone's face and the life bleed out of their eyes and shit. But then they're just like, oh, violence is bad, okay? And it was just a very bad presentation of that, punishing you for violence that you have no choice in doing and shit. And it's just like people didn't like the violent storytelling after the supposed beauty from the first game.
All right, I think that's really it for ones worth talking about. Do you have any Do you have any closing thoughts on the whole stream? I think the major like arc going from like where we started with the talk about Kinsera Zhao to like just kind of skimming through some of the stuff that was announced. Not everything has to be for everybody. I'm sure there's somebody excited about every single one of these games, and I'm happy for them. I'm glad we have such a wide variety of games for everybody. There's some stuff that was announced that I'm excited for, but not everything.
I guess the other thing I will bring up, which kind of happened last month, but it is still a thing that happened for anybody who's excited for like Japanese erotic gaming. There is something called Hentai Expo, where it's hosted by DL Site. And
I can't be mad.
Bro, video games, trust me, I played one from this one company called Usually, and it was such a fucking fleshed out crafting system and such a really good, like, kind of like mini dungeon crawler and shit.
Fleshed, you say?
I was just like, I wish this didn't have hentai in it. It was such a fucking good game. I checked out another one of their games a little bit, and it had very good gameplay, but the hentai content in it was like, I don't want to play this anymore. But it was fucking... If they made all ages games, they would be such good JRPGs. They would be. Like, trust me, so erotic games isn't just about the eroticism, it's about getting to the eroticism by playing through the game. I don't know. Anyway... Yeah, for anybody who cares about that kind of shit, there's literally something called Hentai Expo. I didn't watch it because I don't actually care that much. But there's something for everyone, right?
There is something for everybody.
There's porn on Steam now. Why not bring it up? I won't link it in your Discord out of the goodness of my heart for your sake. But if anybody, it's Hentai-Expo.
The thing is, I can't even be mad about you because I did open the floor up to you. I was just like, "What? Any last things you want to talk about?" All right.
You set the table, and I
did.
ate.
I did.
I wanted to bring it up as a joke last month, but this is so much better.
If y'all enjoyed this, we do this at the end of every month. Usually it's the last Sunday of every month, but there was just so much going on. We had to push it to today. But, you know, I want to thank people for hanging out with us. I want to thank Mew for spending the time with me again every month. I want to thank you for taking the time every month just to hang out and talk about this shit.
Fun.
Yeah. Follow Mew on Twitch.
I will be streaming again probably this week. I've just been mental health break.
And that is
like airing my mental health out in public, so I just say nothing like a fucking stupid. I'm fine! I'm fine, I promise.
Yeah, no, and
I'm here.
that's perfect. That's perfectly valid. Take all the time you need to make sure you are okay before, putting yourself out there to the world. But yeah.
Like that whole thing fell down the stairs, and then all you see is one arm go up.
the broken thumb up.
Yeah.
God, my fucking brain just crapped out on me for a second. But also,
you heard about Hentai Expo?
Find Mew on Coffee, Ko-Fi, whatever you want to call it, and Commissioner. She does art and does a really good job at art. We have some emotes. We have some. Why can't I find my channel emotes?
What the fuck?
There we go. We got some emotes.
I need to work on the other thing. I've just been so stuck in mental.
That is perfectly fine. I did want. So how many did we agree on for?
I think it was like $10 each, unless you want animated, which I'll do for 20.
Okay. So I did. I'm just gonna pass.
You can just pass on all of the ideas, and I'll get to them soon. I've been getting the itch to draw again. I just have to figure out where I put my tablet.
the only stipulation, or not stipulation, but I'm just gonna give you the prompt of make. What about a Bubsy one? I don't care what it is. Just Bubsy.
Where's my fucking tablet? Where's my fucking tablet?
I would like a Bubsy emote, por favor.
Where's my fucking tablet?
All right. You can also hang on. Got some socials we can put up. Actually, we could probably go back to this with our faces.
Okay. Hi.
Hello. Yeah.
Wait, no, we just did that.
Yeah, find Mew on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch so you know when I go live. At 100 followers, I will play ET. I have it. I will play it. But that's at 100 followers. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out as well. Genuinely appreciate it. We have a lot of fun here. Gaming Martyr, Come Guardian, all that fun stuff. Kill All Filmmakers, yeah, my film podcast with my friend John, where we just get mad about movies and stuff. Oh god, what was the most recent one?
I can't wait for your Borderlands one.
For the what one?
Are you both gonna go see it?
For
Borderlands?
Oh yeah, no, we already talked about it. We're gonna go see it. Because we talked about it a little bit on the podcast before, because we talked about the movie, getting excited for it. I still really enjoy the games and still play them, and John's response is always like, man, Borderlands, I liked one of your games a decade ago. Like, he liked Borderlands 2, but doesn't really like the humor a lot anymore, so if he ever plays it, he usually like plays it on mute. And he's like, it is kind of a dated sense of humor. That's why like the streamer sirens felt really cringe, because it's like that old humor that was dated but with a new it's cringe. What gets it to me is what I think makes 2 passable is that 2 was kind of dated when it came out. Like, it was already kind of cringe when it came out, so we were able to laugh at it for that. 3 is trying to be genuine, and that's what makes it cringe.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm having an issue. But also because it's a different writer. Borderlands 2. Actually, the writer for Borderlands 2, Anthony Birch, just put out a book. A Borderlands novel. That takes place before the events of Borderlands, Tales from the Borderlands. So if you haven't played Tales from the Borderlands, I wouldn't recommend getting the book. But it's about one of the characters. It's about the female main character from Tales from the Borderlands and like her sister and stuff. So
we'll get to it eventually, right?
Oh yeah. Hopefully sometime soon.
This we could probably. I don't know how long it takes to get through those games since we're making choices together. I don't know how many endings we're gonna go for or something, but I could just play the rest on my own.
I think in all honesty, we could probably go for like one ending, just kind of like play through it.
Fast, we could do like maybe 2.
Maybe. But that's something we can talk about when we get to it. So yeah, the Kelfil Majors, follow us both on Twitch. My VODs end up on YouTube.
Mine get lost to the ether.
I think that's it. The only thing is, as always, be good, be kind, treat people the way that you want to be treated, and we will
speak with your wallets.
Speak with your wallets.
Speak
Don't
with your wallet.
Don't spend $130 for Ubisoft. Nothing Ubisoft makes is worth $130. Don't let them trick you.
Look, money is not going directly to the artists. It's not worth it.
It's not worth it. Alright, we will see you whenever. We'll see you at the end of next month.